Welcome, dear friend, to a sacred journey through time and wisdom. As you settle into this moment, finding comfort in your space, know that you are about to experience something truly special. For the next 3 hours, you will be guided through the most beautiful Zen stories ever told. Ancient tales passed down through generations of Buddhist monks, each one carrying profound truths wrapped in simple narratives. These are not just stories. They are keys to understanding life, doorways to inner peace, and companions for your journey into deep, restorative sleep. Tonight, let these timeless tales wash over you like gentle waves upon a peaceful shore. There is no need to strain to remember every detail, no pressure to analyze or understand everything immediately. Simply allow the wisdom to seep into your consciousness, like rain soaking into thirsty earth. Some stories will resonate deeply, touching something ancient within you. Others will serve as a soothing background, their cadence and rhythm lulling you into relaxation. All of them carry medicine for the soul, healing for the weary heart, and rest for the restless mind. Before we begin our first story, take a moment to release the day. Whatever happened today, whatever challenges you faced, whatever worries occupy your mind, you can let them go now. This is your time. This is your sanctuary. The world outside can wait. Your responsibilities can wait. Right now, in this moment, you have permission to simply be, to simply listen, to simply rest. Adjust your body into a comfortable position. Feel the surface beneath you supporting your weight. Notice your breath, natural and easy, flowing in and out without effort. And as you breathe, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, preparing to receive the ancient wisdom that awaits you. Our first story takes us back many centuries to a time when Zen masters walked the mountains of ancient China, teaching not through elaborate lectures, but through simple, profound encounters. This is the story known as "The Moon Cannot Be Stolen," and it speaks to the nature of true wealth, the kind that can never be taken from you, the kind that resides not in possessions, but in consciousness itself. There once lived a Zen master named Ryokan, who embodied simplicity in every aspect of his life. He owned nothing but a small hut at the foot of a mountain, a single robe, a begging bowl, and a few treasured books of poetry. Despite his material poverty, Ryokan was known throughout the region as the richest man anyone had ever met, for his heart overflowed with joy. His eyes sparkled with childlike wonder, and his presence brought peace to everyone he encountered. Children loved to play with him, adults sought his counsel, and even animals seemed drawn to his gentle energy. One autumn evening, Ryokan returned to his hut after a day of walking in the mountains. The moon was rising, full and luminous, casting silver light across the landscape. As he approached his humble dwelling, he noticed that the door was open. A thief had broken in and was frantically searching through Ryokan's meager possessions, looking for something of value to steal. The thief's back was turned, so he did not notice Ryokan standing in the doorway, watching quietly. Ryokan felt no anger, no fear, no sense of violation. Instead, he felt deep compassion for this person who believed that happiness could be stolen, who thought that wealth was something that could be taken from outside oneself. He stood there for a long moment, watching the thief grow increasingly frustrated as he found nothing worth taking. Finally, Ryokan cleared his throat gently. The thief spun around, expecting confrontation, perhaps violence, certainly punishment. But what he saw in Ryokan's face was only kindness. Before the thief could run, Ryokan said softly, "You have come a long way to visit me, and you should not return empty-handed. Please, take my clothes as a gift." And with that, Ryokan removed his robe and handed it to the stunned thief. Now standing completely naked, except for a simple undergarment, Ryokan smiled warmly. The thief, confused and deeply uncomfortable, grabbed the robe and fled into the night. Ryokan sat down at the entrance of his hut, not bothered at all by the cool night air on his skin or by the loss of his only robe. He looked up at the magnificent full moon, now fully risen, flooding the world with soft light. His heart swelled with joy and gratitude. "Poor fellow," he said aloud to no one in particular. "I wish I could have given him this beautiful moon." The next morning, Ryokan woke to find his robe neatly folded outside his door. The thief had returned it sometime in the night. But more than the robe had been returned. In the years that followed, that same thief became one of Ryokan's most devoted students. Having realized in that moment of unexpected kindness that what he had truly been seeking all along could not be stolen, it could only be awakened within himself. This simple story holds layers of profound wisdom. Consider how Ryokan viewed his possessions. To him, the robe was not his identity. Losing it did not diminish him in any way. He understood that his true wealth, his true self, could never be taken. It existed in his consciousness, in his capacity for compassion, in his ability to see beauty in a moonlit night. The thief, on the other hand, had mistaken external things for happiness. He thought that by taking what belonged to others, he could fill the emptiness within himself. But Ryokan's response showed him a different way, a way where the fullness he sought was already present, waiting to be discovered not in possessions, but in presence itself. How often do we, like the thief, search outside ourselves for what can only be found within? We seek happiness in new purchases, in achievements, in the approval of others, in the accumulation of things. And when we obtain these external markers of success, we find they provide only temporary satisfaction before we move on to the next desire, the next acquisition, the next achievement. We are always reaching for the moon's reflection in water, never understanding that the real moon shines freely above us, available to all, owned by none. Ryokan's gift to the thief was not really the robe. It was the teaching that true poverty is not the absence of possessions, but the absence of contentment. And true wealth is not what you own, but what cannot be taken from you. Your capacity for joy, for love, for appreciation of beauty, for compassion toward others, these are treasures that no thief can steal. No disaster can destroy, no circumstance can diminish. They exist in the realm of consciousness, accessible in every moment, regardless of your external conditions. As you rest here tonight, consider what you might be holding too tightly. What possessions, what identities, what achievements have you convinced yourself are essential to your happiness? What would remain if these were taken from you? The answer, the Zen masters would say, is everything that truly matters. Your awareness, your capacity to experience this moment, your connection to the vast mystery of existence, these remain untouched by the changing circumstances of life. Like the moon that Ryokan wished he could give away, they shine freely, illuminating the darkness, belonging to everyone and no one. Our second story takes us deeper into the heart of Zen wisdom, exploring the nature of mind itself and how our thoughts about reality often obscure reality itself. This story is called The Muddy Road, and it speaks to the burdens we carry long after the moment has passed, the way we imprison ourselves with judgments and attachments that serve no purpose except to cause suffering. Two Zen monks, Tanzen and Aikido, were traveling together down a muddy road during a heavy rainstorm. As they walked, they came upon a beautiful young woman dressed in fine silk robes. Standing at the edge of a large puddle, she was clearly unable to cross without ruining her expensive clothing. She looked distressed, unable to proceed and unable to go back. Tanzen, without hesitation, approached the woman and said, "Come on, let me help you." He lifted her in his arms and carried her across the muddy road, setting her down gently on the other side. The woman thanked him and continued on her way. The two monks continued walking in silence. Hours passed. The rain stopped, and the muddy road gave way to a drier path. Evening approached, and still Aikido had not spoken a single word since they had encountered the woman. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Aikido burst out. "We monks are not supposed to go near women, especially young and beautiful ones. It is dangerous. Why did you do that? Why did you carry that woman?" Tanzen looked at his companion with gentle amusement and replied, "I left the woman back there on the road. Are you still carrying her?" In that moment, Aikido realized the truth. Tanzan had performed an act of compassion, helping someone in need, and then had completely released it from his mind. The action was done, the moment had passed, and Tanzan had moved on, present with whatever the next moment brought. But Aikido had been carrying the woman in his mind for hours, turning the event over and over, judging it, worrying about it, creating a story about it. He had been so busy carrying this mental burden that he had missed the beauty of the journey, the freshness after the rain, the peace of the present moment. How many of us are like Aikido, carrying mental burdens long after the moment has passed? Someone says something hurtful to us, and we carry those words for days, weeks, months, or even years, replaying them in our minds, rehearsing our responses, building elaborate narratives about what they meant and why they said it. A mistake we made years ago continues to weigh on us, generating shame and regret every time we remember it. An opportunity we missed, a relationship that ended, a dream that did not materialize. We carry all of these like heavy stones, never realizing that we have the power to set them down. The Buddha taught that suffering is caused not by life itself, but by our attachment to life, by our resistance to the way things are, by our mental proliferation around events long past or imagined futures. The event happens, the moment passes, but we keep it alive in our minds through constant rumination, judgment, and story making. We carry crosses that no one asked us to bear, creating prisons from our own thoughts. Tanzan understood something essential. He understood that action and attachment are not the same thing. He helped the woman because the situation called for help. It was the natural, compassionate response to someone in need. But once the action was complete, once the woman was safely across the muddy road, he released the entire event from his mind. He did not congratulate himself for being so helpful. He did not worry about whether Aikido would judge him. He did not create a story about being a noble monk who helped a woman in distress. He simply did what needed to be done and moved on, fully present with the next step, the next breath, the next moment. This is the essence of Zen practice, to act fully when action is needed, and to release completely when action is done. To be completely in this moment, not lost in the past or worried about the future. To carry nothing unnecessary, to travel light through life, unburdened by the accumulated weight of mental fabrications. The woman on the muddy road was not the problem. The problem was Aikido's inability to let go of the mental image of that encounter. His attachment to his ideas about how monks should behave, his judgment of Tanzan's actions. Consider your own life. What are you still carrying that could be set down? What past events are you replaying in your mind, giving them life and power they no longer need to have? What judgments about yourself or others are you clinging to, creating suffering where none needs to exist? The beautiful teaching of this story is that you can put these burdens down at any moment. Not by denying what happened, not by pretending the past did not occur, but by simply choosing to stop carrying it mentally, to stop giving it energy and attention, to return to the only moment that actually exists, which is now. As you lie here tonight, imagine setting down every burden you have been carrying. See yourself placing these heavy stones on the ground beside you. The regrets, the resentments, the judgments, the stories about how things should have been different. Set them all down. Feel the lightness that comes when you stop carrying what you were never meant to carry. Notice how much energy becomes available when you are not constantly occupied with mental chatter about the past or future. This lightness, this freedom, this complete presence with what is, this is what Tanzen had discovered, and it is available to you in this very moment. Our third story brings us to the very heart of what it means to awaken, to see reality as it truly is rather than through the filter of our conditioned beliefs and habitual thoughts. This is perhaps one of the most famous Zen stories, known as the empty cup, and it illustrates the necessity of emptying ourselves, of creating space, before new understanding can enter. A renowned philosophy professor once visited a famous Zen master to inquire about Zen. The professor was highly educated, having spent decades studying philosophy, religion, and various wisdom traditions. His mind was full of concepts, theories, frameworks, and intellectual understanding. He had read hundreds of books, attended countless lectures, and engaged in sophisticated debates about the nature of reality, consciousness, and enlightenment. He had come to the Zen master to add one more system of thought to his already overflowing mental library. To acquire knowledge about Zen that he could then compare and contrast with everything else he knew. The Zen master welcomed him graciously and invited him to sit down for tea. As was customary, the master began preparing tea for his guest. He placed a cup in front of the professor and began pouring tea from a kettle. The professor watched, waiting for the master to finish pouring so they could begin their intellectual discussion about Zen philosophy. But the master kept pouring. The tea filled the cup, reached the rim, and then began to overflow, spilling onto the table, dripping onto the floor, continuing to flow even as the cup was clearly full. Finally, the professor could no longer restrain himself. "Stop! The cup is full! No more will go in!" he exclaimed, concerned that the tea was being wasted and the mess was growing. The master stopped pouring and looked at the professor with compassionate eyes. "Like this cup," he said quietly, "you are full of your own opinions, ideas, speculations, and judgments. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup? In that moment, if the professor was truly ready, he would have understood the profound teaching being offered. Zen cannot be added to what you already know. It is not another system of thought to be intellectually grasped. It is not information to be stored alongside all your other accumulated knowledge. Zen is about direct experience, about seeing reality without the interference of conceptual thinking, about being fully present without the filter of your ideas about presence. And this is only possible when you empty yourself of all that you think you know. The professor's cup was full of philosophy, full of intellectual understanding, full of theories about enlightenment. There was no room for the direct transmission of Zen, because there was no empty space into which it could flow. This is the condition of most people most of the time. Our minds are so full of thoughts, beliefs, opinions, judgments, memories, plans, worries, and desires that there is no space for anything new to enter, no room for direct perception of reality as it is. We see everything through the lens of what we already believe to be true. We interpret every experience through our existing framework of understanding. We are never truly open because we are always full. The teaching of the empty cup applies to so many aspects of life. Consider how you listen to others. Are you truly listening, completely open to what they are saying? Or is your mind full of your own thoughts, already preparing your response, judging what they are saying based on your existing beliefs, waiting for them to finish so you can speak? True listening requires an empty cup, a mind that is receptive, spacious, not already filled with its own agenda. Consider how you approach new experiences. Do you enter them with openness and curiosity, or do you immediately compare them to past experiences? Judge them as good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant, based on your existing preferences. An empty cup allows each moment to be fresh, to be experienced directly rather than through the filter of comparison and judgment. Consider your own spiritual journey. Are you trying to add Zen wisdom, Buddhist teachings, or any other spiritual understanding to an already full cup? Are you collecting spiritual concepts like trophies, accumulating knowledge about enlightenment, while never actually experiencing the freedom that comes from letting go of all concepts? The great paradox is that you cannot think your way to awakening. All the books you read, all the lectures you attend, all the intellectual understanding you develop, these can point toward truth. But they are not truth itself. Truth is found not in fullness, but in emptiness, not in accumulation, but in release. The Zen master was offering the professor an opportunity to experience something beyond concepts. But first, the professor would need to empty his cup. This emptying is not about rejecting knowledge or becoming ignorant. It is about holding knowledge lightly, not being imprisoned by it. Being willing to see freshly rather than through the lens of what you already believe you know. It is about cultivating what Zen calls beginner's mind, approaching each moment with the openness and curiosity of someone encountering it for the first time. Even if you have encountered similar moments 1,000 times before. As you rest here tonight, practice emptying your cup. Release the thoughts that fill your mind. Let go of the constant mental commentary about your experience. Stop judging, stop analyzing, stop comparing. Stop planning. Just be here, empty and open, like a cup waiting to be filled with the tea of this present moment. Notice what arises when you stop filling every moment with mental activity. Notice the spaciousness, the peace, the aliveness that is always present, but usually obscured by the overflow of thoughts from your too full cup. Our fourth story introduces us to one of the most challenging aspects of Zen wisdom: the understanding that words and concepts, while useful, can never capture truth itself. This story is called "The Finger Pointing at the Moon," and it warns us against confusing the map with the territory, the description with the reality, the finger with the moon it points toward. A student once asked his Zen master, "What is the Buddha?" The master replied, "The cypress tree in the courtyard." The student was confused. How could the Buddha, the enlightened one, the awakened consciousness, be equated with a tree? He asked for clarification, but the master refused to explain further. If you understand, you do not need explanation. If you do not understand, explanation will not help. Frustrated, the student went to another teacher and asked the same question. This teacher gave a completely different answer. 3 pounds of flax. Now the student was even more confused. How could these masters give such different, seemingly nonsensical answers to the same question? He began studying harder, reading more texts, trying to figure out what these cryptic responses meant. Years passed, and the student's confusion only deepened. He accumulated many intellectual answers to the question, "What is the Buddha?" But none of them brought him the direct understanding he sought. Finally, exhausted from years of searching, he gave up trying to understand with his mind. One day, while sitting in meditation, watching the cypress tree gently swaying in the breeze, something shifted. The question, "What is the Buddha?" arose in his mind, and suddenly the answer was obvious. Not because he had figured it out intellectually, but because he saw directly. The cypress tree was not a metaphor for Buddha. The cypress tree, in its simple existence, expressed the same essential nature as Buddha, nature itself. Complete, perfect, lacking nothing, just being what it is with total authenticity. In that moment, he understood what the Zen masters had been trying to show him. They were not giving him information about Buddha. They were pointing him toward direct experience of Buddha, nature, of the essential nature of reality that cannot be captured in concepts or words. The cypress tree. 3 pounds of flax. These were fingers pointing at the moon. But he had been so busy analyzing the fingers, trying to understand what they meant, that he had never looked at the moon they were pointing toward. This is one of the most common mistakes on the spiritual path. We become so fascinated by the teachings, by the words and concepts that describe reality, that we mistake these descriptions for reality itself. We think that if we can just understand the right philosophy, learn the right terminology, grasp the right concepts, we will achieve enlightenment. But Buddha, nature, the true nature of reality, your essential self, these cannot be grasped by the intellect. They can only be directly experienced. Imagine someone describing the taste of honey to you in elaborate detail. They use poetic language, precise terminology, comparing it to other tastes, explaining the molecular composition that creates its sweetness. You could study these descriptions for years, memorizing every detail, becoming an expert in the theory of honey. But until you actually taste honey yourself, you do not know honey. All the descriptions, no matter how accurate, are not the same as the direct experience. This is true for all spiritual teachings, the Buddha's teachings, the words of Zen masters, the scriptures and sutras. These are all fingers pointing at the moon. They are useful. They can guide us. They can point us in the right direction. But they are not the moon itself. The moon is the direct experience of awakening, of seeing your true nature, of recognizing the essential nature of reality. And this cannot be found in words. It can only be found by looking where the words are pointing. Many people spend their entire lives studying the fingers, becoming experts in Buddhist philosophy, memorizing sutras, understanding complex concepts about emptiness and Buddha, nature. But they never look at the moon. They mistake their intellectual understanding for awakening. They confuse their knowledge about meditation with the actual experience of meditation. They think that because they can talk eloquently about Zen, they understand Zen. But as the old saying goes, he who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. This does not mean that study is worthless or that words have no value. The teachings are valuable. They are the finger pointing at the moon, and without the finger, we might not know where to look. But we must not stop at the finger. We must actually look at the moon. We must move from intellectual understanding to direct experience. We must taste the honey ourselves rather than endlessly studying descriptions of its taste. As you lie here in the darkness, practice looking beyond the words. These stories I am sharing with you are fingers pointing at truth. They are useful pointers, but they are not truth itself. Truth is your direct experience of this moment, exactly as it is, without the interference of conceptual thinking. Truth is the awareness that knows you are hearing these words, the consciousness that is present right now. You do not need to understand this intellectually. You only need to be it, to rest as it, to recognize it as what you already are. Stop analyzing. Stop trying to figure it out. Just be here, fully present, looking at the moon instead of the finger. Our fifth story of the evening brings us to the profound realization that what we seek is not somewhere far away, not something we need to acquire or achieve, but is already present, already here, already what we are. This story is called The Treasure Within, and it speaks to the end of seeking, the realization that the journey has always been about coming home to what we never left. There was once a poor man who spent his entire life searching for treasure. He had heard stories of great riches buried in distant lands, of secret places where diamonds and gold lay waiting to be discovered. He devoted every moment to this search, traveling from country to country, digging in countless locations, following every rumor and legend he heard about hidden treasure. He spent decades in this pursuit, growing old and weary, never finding the treasure he sought. Finally, exhausted and penniless, he returned to his childhood home, a humble cottage that had belonged to his parents and was now abandoned and falling into ruin. He had no place else to go, so he decided to spend his final days there, accepting that he would die poor, having wasted his life in fruitless searching. As he swept out the dusty floor of the cottage, preparing to make it habitable again, his broom struck something hard beneath the packed earth. Curious, he began to dig, and there, buried beneath the floor of his childhood home, was an enormous treasure. More wealth than he had ever imagined, more than he could have found in a lifetime of searching in distant lands. It had been there all along, right beneath his feet, during his entire childhood, while he dreamed of finding treasure elsewhere. His parents had buried it there for safekeeping, intending to tell him about it when he was old enough to appreciate its value. But they had died before they could do so, and so he had spent his entire life searching far away for what was always present in the very place he started. This story is not really about buried treasure, of course. It is about the treasure of your true nature, the jewel of consciousness that you already possess, the Buddha, nature that is your essential self. So many of us spend our entire lives searching for happiness, for peace, for fulfillment, looking in external places, in achievements, in relationships, in possessions, in experiences. We think that if we can just get that job, find that partner, achieve that goal, acquire that thing, then we will finally feel complete, finally feel at peace, finally feel fulfilled. And so we spend our days and years searching, always looking ahead to some future moment when we will finally have what we need to be happy. But that moment never comes because happiness is not found in the future. Peace is not found in external circumstances. Fulfillment is not something that can be acquired from outside yourself. Like the treasure buried beneath the poor man's home, what you seek is already present within you. It has always been there. It is what you are. The Buddha taught that all beings possess Buddha nature, the same essential nature that he awakened to under the Bodhi tree. This is not something you need to create or develop or achieve. It is already present, already complete, already perfect. Your work is not to acquire it, but to recognize it. Not to create peace, but to discover the peace that already exists beneath the surface turbulence of your thoughts and emotions. This is perhaps the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. You are not broken. You do not need to be fixed. You are not lacking anything essential. You are already whole, already complete, already Buddha. The only problem is that you do not recognize this. You have forgotten your true nature. You have believed the story that you are this small, separate self, this collection of thoughts and emotions and memories and fears, this entity that needs to constantly strive and struggle to become something better, something more. But this story is not true. It is a case of mistaken identity. Your true nature is like the sky. Clouds may pass through the sky, storms may rage, but the sky itself remains untouched, spacious, clear. Similarly, thoughts and emotions may pass through your awareness. Life circumstances may change. Pleasant and unpleasant experiences may come and go, but your essential nature, the awareness that knows all of this, remains unchanged, untouched, always present, always peaceful, always complete. The poor man in our story spent his life traveling to distant lands, never realizing that the treasure was in his own home. You may be doing the same thing, seeking in meditation techniques, in spiritual practices, in teachings and teachers, looking for something that is already present. The practices are useful. Like the man's journeys taught him valuable lessons, but eventually you must come home. Eventually you must stop seeking and recognize what is already here. This does not mean you stop practicing. It means your practice changes from seeking to recognition, from trying to get somewhere to resting in what already is. You meditate not to achieve some future enlightened state, but to recognize the Buddha nature that is already present in this very moment. You practice mindfulness not to become mindful, but to notice that awareness is already here, has always been here, can never not be here. As you rest here tonight, let yourself come home. Stop seeking. Stop trying to become something other than what you are. Simply rest as the awareness that you already are, the consciousness that knows these words are being spoken, that knows you are lying here, that knows whatever thoughts or sensations are present. This awareness is your true home, your real treasure, and it has been here all along, patiently waiting for you to recognize it. Our sixth story deepens our understanding of how the mind creates its own suffering and how liberation comes not from changing our circumstances, but from changing our relationship to those circumstances. This story is called The Two Wolves, and though it has been told in many forms across different cultures, its Zen interpretation offers particularly profound insight into the nature of consciousness and choice. An old Zen master was teaching his young grandson about life. He said to the boy, "A fight is going on inside me. It is a terrible fight between two wolves. One wolf is evil. He is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other wolf is good. He is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. This same fight is going on inside you and inside every person on earth." The grandson thought about this for a moment and then asked his grandfather, "Which wolf will win?" The old master simply replied, "The one you feed." This simple story contains within it the entire path of spiritual transformation. Within each of us exist multiple potentials, multiple tendencies, multiple possible ways of being in the world. At any given moment, we can choose to feed the wolf of peace or the wolf of anger. We can choose to nourish compassion or cultivate resentment. We can strengthen our capacity for joy or reinforce our habit of complaint. The choice is always ours, and the results of our choices compound over time. Consider your own inner landscape. Notice how certain thoughts, when given attention, grow stronger. If you repeatedly think about how someone wronged you, rehearsing the story in your mind, analyzing what they did and why they did it, imagining what you should have said or done, that resentment grows. You are feeding the wolf of anger, and it becomes stronger, more dominant, more likely to emerge in your future interactions. The person who wronged you may have moved on, may have forgotten the incident entirely, but you keep the wound fresh by constantly returning to it in your mind. Similarly, if you repeatedly focus on what is lacking in your life, comparing yourself to others, dwelling on your failures and shortcomings, you feed the wolf of dissatisfaction and self-pity. This wolf grows strong and begins to color all your experiences. Even genuinely positive events become tainted because you have trained your mind to find the flaw, to focus on what could be better, to never be satisfied with what is. But the beautiful truth in this story is that you also have the power to feed the other wolf. When you choose to focus on gratitude, when you deliberately notice what is going well in your life, when you appreciate the simple gifts of existence, like a beautiful sky or a kind word from a friend, you feed the wolf of joy. When you practice forgiveness, letting go of grudges, not for the other person's sake, but for your own freedom, you feed the wolf of peace. When you choose to see others with compassion, recognizing that everyone is struggling in their own way, everyone is doing their best with the awareness they have, you feed the wolf of understanding. This feeding happens through attention. What you give your attention to grows stronger in your consciousness. This is not positive thinking or denying reality. It is recognizing that reality is vast and contains multitudes. And where you place your attention determines your experience of that reality. Two people can be in the exact same situation and have completely different experiences based on what they choose to focus on, what wolf they choose to feed. The Buddha taught about this in terms of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. The first noble truth is that suffering exists. This is acknowledging both wolves, recognizing that we all have the capacity for suffering and the capacity for peace. The second noble truth is that suffering has a cause, which is craving and attachment, which we might understand as feeding the wrong wolf, giving our energy to patterns that create suffering. The third noble truth is that suffering can end, which is the promise that we can stop feeding the wolf of suffering and choose differently. And the fourth noble truth is the path, the specific practices that feed the wolf of peace, wisdom, compassion, and liberation. Every spiritual practice is essentially about feeding the right wolf. When you meditate, you feed the wolf of presence and awareness. When you practice loving kindness, you feed the wolf of compassion. When you study wisdom teachings, you feed the wolf of understanding. When you act ethically, you feed the wolf of integrity. And gradually, over time, through consistent practice, the wolf of peace becomes stronger, more dominant, more natural. The wolf of suffering does not disappear entirely. It remains a potential, but it becomes weaker, easier to recognize, less likely to control your behavior. This teaching also reveals something important about the nature of evil and goodness. They are not external forces, but internal potentials. The capacity for cruelty and the capacity for kindness both exist within each of us. Every person who has ever committed a terrible act had that same potential. Every person who has performed acts of extraordinary compassion had that same potential. We are all capable of both. The question is not which potential we have, but which potential we cultivate, which wolf we feed. This is deeply empowering because it means you are not at the mercy of your worst impulses. You are not doomed to repeat harmful patterns just because you have engaged in them in the past. You have choice. In each moment, you can choose which wolf to feed. When anger arises, you can choose to feed it by rehearsing grievances. Or you can choose to starve it by shifting your attention to your breath, to the present moment, to understanding. When anxiety arises, you can feed it by catastrophizing about the future. Or you can starve it by returning to what is actually happening right now, which is almost always manageable. The old Zen master's wisdom to his grandson was not a prescription for suppression or denial. He was not saying to pretend the wolf of suffering does not exist. He was saying to understand that your attention, your mental energy, is like food, and whatever you feed will grow stronger. If you want peace in your life, feed peace. If you want compassion, feed compassion. If you want joy, feed joy. Not by forcing yourself to feel things you do not feel, but by choosing where to place your attention, what to focus on, what to cultivate. As you rest here tonight, notice which wolf you have been feeding. Notice where your attention habitually goes. Does it dwell on problems or possibilities, on what is wrong or what is right, on grievances or gratitude? There is no judgment in this noticing, only awareness. And with awareness comes the possibility of choice. You can begin, right now, to deliberately feed the wolf you want to strengthen, to give your attention to the qualities you want to embody, to nourish the aspects of your nature that lead to peace and freedom. Our seventh story invites us into an even deeper mystery, the question of identity itself, of who we really are beneath all the roles we play and the stories we tell about ourselves. This story is called No Water, No Moon, and it reveals how clinging to any fixed sense of self is like trying to hold water in your hands or grasp the moon's reflection in a pond. A young nun named Chiono had studied for many years, but had not yet experienced enlightenment. She practiced diligently, sitting in meditation for long hours, studying the teachings, serving her teacher faithfully. But the breakthrough she sought remained elusive. She could understand the teachings intellectually, could discuss them with sophistication, but direct realization continued to evade her. One night, she was carrying water in an old wooden bucket. The bucket was held together with bamboo strips, and it had served her well for years, though it was showing signs of age. As she walked in the moonlight, she noticed the full moon reflected perfectly in the water she was carrying. The reflection was so clear, so beautiful, that she paused to admire it. The moon seemed to be right there in her bucket. so close she could almost touch it. As she stood there, mesmerized by the moon's reflection, one of the bamboo strips suddenly broke. The bottom of the bucket fell out, and all the water rushed out onto the ground. In that instant, as the water disappeared, and with it the moon's reflection, Chiyono experienced complete awakening. She immediately understood what all her years of study had been pointing toward. She spontaneously composed a poem, No Water, No Moon. What did Chiyono realize in that moment? She saw that the moon she had been admiring in the bucket was not the real moon at all. It was only a reflection, an image created by the interaction of water, light, and surface. When the water was gone, the reflected moon was gone, but the real moon, the actual moon in the sky, remained unchanged. It had always been there, shining steadily, whether reflected in her bucket or not. This is a profound metaphor for the nature of self. We spend our lives identifying with reflections, with images, with temporary manifestations, thinking they are what we truly are. We think we are our body, our thoughts, our emotions, our memories, our roles, our achievements, our failures. We think we are the reflection in the bucket, and we suffer because we know, even if unconsciously, that reflections are unstable, temporary, subject to change and disappearance. The body ages and will eventually die. Thoughts come and go continuously. Emotions arise and pass. Memories fade or change. Roles shift as life circumstances change. Achievements become past accomplishments. Even our sense of being a solid, continuous person is actually a reflection. A constructed image created moment by our minds, like the moon reflected in water. When we cling to these reflections as our true identity, we set ourselves up for suffering because everything that is reflected is impermanent. But Chiyono's realization was that there is something that does not change, something that is like the moon in the sky rather than the moon in the water. There is an awareness that knows all these changing phenomena, that witnesses the body aging, that observes thoughts arising and passing, that is present for emotions, that holds memories. This awareness is your true nature, and it does not change. It is not born when the body is born, and does not die when the body dies. It is not affected by whether you are successful or unsuccessful, happy or sad, young or old. It simply is, steady and constant like the moon in the sky. The bucket in the story represents the structures we use to try to contain and define ourselves. Our concepts about who we are, our life story, our identity, these are like the bucket. They hold the reflection. They give it temporary form, but they are not what we truly are. When the bucket breaks, when our carefully constructed sense of self is disrupted by some life event, by loss, by failure, by any circumstance that challenges our self-image, we may experience it as a crisis. we feel like we are falling apart. But Chiyono's awakening shows us that this breaking can be liberating. When the bucket breaks and the water spills out, the reflection disappears, but the real moon is revealed. It was there all along. This teaching addresses one of the deepest fears we carry, the fear of annihilation, of ceasing to exist. We cling desperately to our sense of self because we believe that if this self dissolves, we will disappear into nothingness. But the Zen teaching is radically different. What dissolves is not your true nature, but only the false image you have been mistaking for your true nature. What remains is what you have always been, the awareness that cannot be destroyed because it was never created, the consciousness that cannot die because it was never born. Consider how much energy you spend maintaining and defending your self-image. You carefully curate how you present yourself to others. You become anxious when someone challenges your sense of who you are. You feel threatened when circumstances change in ways that do not fit your self-concept. You suffer when reality does not conform to your story about how your life should be. All of this suffering comes from identifying with the reflection rather than recognizing the moon itself. Chiyono's years of practice before her awakening were necessary. She needed to develop concentration, to purify her mind, to study the teachings deeply. But the awakening itself came not through more effort, but through letting go, through the bucket breaking, through the loss of what she thought she needed to hold on to. This is often how awakening occurs. After much practice and preparation, there is a moment of release, a breaking open, a dissolution of the constructed self, and in that dissolution, what remains is revealed to have been present all along. The phrase, "no water, no moon," is beautifully paradoxical. On one level, it means that without water, there is no reflected moon, no image to grasp at. But on a deeper level, it points to the recognition that what you thought was the moon, the reflection, was never the real moon at all. When the reflection is gone, when the water is spilled, you are forced to look up and see the actual moon in the sky, the unchanging awareness that is your true nature. No water, no reflected moon, but the real moon was there all along. As you lie here in the darkness, consider what bucket you are carrying, what self-image you are maintaining, what reflection you are mistaking for your true self. What would happen if that bucket broke? What would remain? The invitation is not to force this breaking, but to gently recognize that you are not the reflection. You are that which sees the reflection. You are not the contents of awareness, but awareness itself. You are not the moon in the water, but the moon in the sky, constant, luminous, untouched by the coming and going of all phenomena. Our eighth story takes us deep into the heart of Zen paradox, revealing how our ordinary logical mind, which serves us so well in navigating daily life, must be transcended when we approach the deepest truths of existence. This story is called The Sound of One Hand, and it points to a reality beyond dualism, beyond the subject-object split that characterizes our normal consciousness. A young monk approached Master Hakuin and asked to be taught about enlightenment. Hakuin, one of the most revered Zen masters in Japanese history, looked at the eager student and said, "You can hear the sound of two hands when they clap together. Now show me the sound of one hand." The monk was bewildered. One hand cannot make a sound. It takes two hands to clap. What could the master possibly mean? He went away to contemplate this strange question, this impossible cone. He thought about it for days, weeks, months. He tried various answers. Perhaps the sound of one hand was silence, but that seemed too simple, too conceptual. Perhaps it was the sound of the wind, or his own breathing, or the sound of his heart beating. He returned to Master Hakuin many times with different answers, and each time the master rejected them, saying, "That is not it. Go deeper." Years passed. The monk devoted himself entirely to this question. He sat in meditation for countless hours, the cone burning in his consciousness. What is the sound of one hand? He ate with this question. He slept with this question. He walked with this question. Every moment of his life was saturated with this impossible riddle. His rational mind became exhausted trying to solve it. He could not think his way to the answer because the question was not asking for a rational response. It was asking for something else entirely, a leap beyond rationality into direct experience. One day, after years of wrestling with this cone, the monk was simply sitting in meditation when suddenly, without warning, without any logical progression of thought, he knew, not intellectually, not as a concept, but as a direct, unmistakable recognition. He jumped up and ran to Master Hakuin. Without saying a word, he demonstrated the sound of one hand. Master Hakuin nodded and smiled. The student had arrived. But what did he demonstrate? The story does not tell us, and this is intentional. The answer cannot be conveyed in words because words operate in the realm of duality, of subject and object, of this and that. The sound of one hand is not a sound you can hear with your ears. It is not something that can be explained or understood intellectually. It can only be directly realized, and that realization transforms everything. The cone of one hand clapping is pointing to the fundamental nature of reality before it is divided by conceptual thinking. In our ordinary consciousness, we experience everything in terms of dualities. There is the self and the other, the subject and the object, the inside and the outside, the good and the bad, the sacred and the profane. Our language itself, is built on these distinctions. We cannot speak without creating separation, without dividing the seamless unity of existence into separate categories. But the deepest truth, what Zen calls our original nature or Buddha nature, exists before these divisions arise. It is not one thing or another. It is not self or other. It is not even oneness in the sense of a concept opposed to multiplicity. It is what is before any conceptual framework is imposed on reality. The sound of one hand is the sound before the division into subject and object, before the split that creates both the hearer and the heard. It is reality experiencing itself directly, without the mediation of thought. Master Hakuin was not being cruel or obscure by giving his student this impossible question. He was offering him a key, a tool for breaking through the limitations of conceptual thinking. The rational mind, when confronted with a genuine cone, eventually exhausts itself. You cannot solve it through logic. You cannot figure it out through analysis. You cannot answer it through memory or learning. All your usual strategies fail. And in that failure, in that exhaustion, in that moment when the rational mind gives up its attempts to control and understand, there is an opening. A space appears, and in that space direct insight can arise. This is why Zen uses koans as a practice tool. They are designed to frustrate the rational mind, to bring it to the end of its resources, to create a crisis that forces a breakthrough into a different mode of knowing. When you work with a koan sincerely, not trying to be clever, but genuinely grappling with the question, you gradually exhaust the thinking mind's strategies. You try every possible answer, and none of them satisfy. You think about it from every angle, and no angle reveals the truth. Eventually, if you persist, something shifts. The question becomes not something you are thinking about, but something you are living, something that saturates your entire being. And then, in a moment of grace, in a moment when you are not even trying anymore, the answer reveals itself. Not as a thought, not as a concept, but as a direct recognition, an immediate knowing that bypasses the rational mind entirely. You see what was always there, but was hidden by your constant thinking about reality, rather than experiencing reality directly. You realize that the sound of one hand is not something to be found, but something to be recognized as what you already are. As the direct experience of awareness before it splits itself into subject and object. Consider your own experience right now. There is awareness of these words being spoken. But who is aware? If you look for the awareness, if you try to find it as an object of perception, you cannot. Awareness is not an object, it is the subject. Except that it is not even a subject in the usual sense, because a subject implies an object. There is just awareness, aware of itself, before any division into I am aware of this. That space before division, that knowing before the knower and the known separate, that is the sound of one hand. The Buddhist teaching of emptiness or sunyata is closely related to this understanding. Emptiness does not mean nothingness. It means empty of inherent, separate existence. No phenomenon exists independently, isolated from everything else. Everything arises in dependence on conditions, in relationship to everything else, empty of a separate, solid self-nature. When you realize this deeply, not intellectually, but as direct experience, the rigid boundaries between things soften. The sharp division between self and world becomes porous, permeable, ultimately illusory. What remains is the flow of experience itself, undivided, seamless, whole. This is not something you can achieve through effort or force. You cannot think your way into it. Just as the monk could not solve the koan through rational analysis, but you can prepare the ground. You can practice meditation, which quiets the constant thinking mind and reveals the awareness that underlies all thought. You can study the teachings which point toward this truth, even though they cannot convey it directly. You can live ethically, which purifies the mind and creates the clarity needed for insight. And you can contemplate questions like the sound of one hand, allowing them to work on you at a deeper level than rational thought. As you rest here, consider this question not with your thinking mind, but with your whole being. What is the sound of one hand? Let the question sit in your awareness without trying to answer it. Let it be alive in you. Notice what happens when you stop trying to figure it out and simply stay with the question as a living presence. Notice the space between your thoughts. Notice the awareness that knows your experience. Rest in that awareness, and perhaps in a moment of grace, you will hear the sound of one hand, not with your ears, but with your entire being. Our ninth story brings us face to face with one of the most challenging aspects of spiritual awakening. The realization that our suffering is not imposed upon us by external circumstances, but is created by our own resistance to what is. This story, known as The Other Shore, reveals the paradox that in order to arrive somewhere, we must first fully accept where we are. A student once asked a Zen master, "How do I reach the other shore?" The master knew the student was asking about enlightenment, about liberation, about freedom from suffering. The student saw his current state as being trapped on one shore of a river, and enlightenment as being the opposite shore, a place of peace and freedom that he desperately wanted to reach. He expected the master to give him directions, to tell him what practices to do, what steps to take to cross from suffering to liberation. But the master surprised him by asking, "What other shore?" The student was confused. "The shore of enlightenment," he replied. I am here, suffering, unenlightened, and I want to reach the other shore where I will be free from suffering." The Master smiled gently and said, "There is no other shore. You are already standing on the shore you seek. Your suffering comes from believing there is somewhere else you need to get to." This answer, like so many Zen teachings, seems paradoxical at first. How can we already be where we are trying to get to? If we are suffering, how can we already be free? If we are ignorant, how can we already be enlightened? The rational mind rebels against this teaching. Surely there must be a journey, a path, progress to be made, something to achieve. Surely our current state and the enlightened state are different, and we need to move from one to the other. But the deepest teaching of Zen is that this sense of needing to get somewhere, of being incomplete as you are, of lacking something essential, this is itself the problem. This is what creates the suffering you are trying to escape. You suffer not because you are not enlightened, but because you believe you are not enlightened. You suffer not because you lack peace, but because you believe peace is somewhere other than here, sometime other than now. You suffer not because you need to become something different, but because you resist being what you already are. The Buddha taught that the root of all suffering is tanha, which is often translated as craving or desire, but more precisely means a kind of compulsive wanting, a sense that reality as it is right now is not enough, not acceptable, needs to be different. When we have this relationship with reality, we create suffering. We are always reaching for what we do not have, trying to get away from what we do have, never at peace with what is. We believe happiness is on the other shore, and so we never allow ourselves to discover that we are already standing on the shore we seek. Imagine someone standing in the middle of a beautiful garden, but they are so convinced that paradise is somewhere else that they never actually look at the garden they are standing in. They spend all their time planning how to get to paradise, studying maps, preparing for the journey. But they never notice the flowers blooming right in front of them, never smell their fragrance, never feel the sun on their face, never hear the birds singing. They are standing in paradise, but experiencing it as a place they need to escape from in order to reach paradise. This is the human condition. The other shore teaching is not saying that practice is unnecessary or that there is no transformation needed. There is genuine transformation that occurs on the spiritual path. But the transformation is not a journey from here to somewhere else. It is a shift in how you relate to here. It is learning to be fully present with what is rather than constantly rejecting it in favor of what should be. It is recognizing that the awareness you already possess, the consciousness that is reading these words right now is not separate from Buddha nature. It is Buddha nature. You are already enlightened. You have simply forgotten or never recognized this truth. This teaching can be easily misunderstood as a justification for complacency, for not practicing, for accepting negative patterns without working to change them. But this is not what it means. The teaching is pointing to a subtle but crucial distinction. Yes, there are patterns that need to be transformed, addictions that need to be healed, delusions that need to be seen through, conditioning that needs to be released. Practice is necessary, effort is necessary. But the motivation for practice shifts when you understand the other shore teaching. You do not practice in order to become enlightened at some future time. You practice as an expression of the enlightenment that is already present, as a way of removing the obstacles that obscure your recognition of what you already are. It is like cleaning dust off a mirror. The mirror's reflective nature is already present, already perfect. The dust does not change the essential nature of the mirror. But when you clean the dust away, the mirror's capacity to reflect becomes clear and unobstructed. Similarly, your Buddha nature is already present, already perfect. Your practice removes the dust of ignorance, greed, hatred, delusion, conditioning. But it does not create something that was not there. It reveals what was always there, but was obscured. When you understand this, your entire approach to spirituality changes. You stop seeking and start recognizing. You stop trying to get somewhere and start being fully where you are. You stop treating your current experience as an obstacle to awakening and start recognizing that your current experience, exactly as it is the doorway to awakening. There is no other shore, because the shore you seek is the shore you are standing on. You have never left it. You have only believed you have left it. Your awakening is not a future event, but a present recognition. The student in our story was creating suffering by splitting reality into two shores. The unenlightened shore where he was, and the enlightened shore where he wanted to be. This split itself is the problem. When you stop dividing reality into acceptable and unacceptable, into here and there, into now and then, when you stop resisting what is in favor of what should be, something remarkable happens. Peace arises. Not because circumstances have changed, but because your relationship to circumstances has changed. You discover that you were always standing on the shore you sought. You just could not see it because you were so busy looking elsewhere. As you rest here tonight, practice being fully on this shore. Stop planning how to get to the other shore. Stop believing that peace will come when circumstances change, when you have practiced enough, when you have understood enough, when you have healed enough. Be completely here, completely now, exactly as you are, exactly as things are. Notice what happens when you stop resisting your current experience and simply allow it to be as it is. Notice the peace that is already present, not as something to be achieved, but as something to be recognized. Not on some distant shore, but right here where you have always been. Our 10th story invites us into the profound understanding that true wisdom often appears foolish to the conventional mind, and that the deepest freedom comes not from accumulating knowledge, but from letting go of our attachment to being right, to being understood, to being seen as wise. This story is called The Wise Fool, and it shows us how the ego's need for recognition can be the final barrier to genuine awakening. There once lived a Zen master named Ryokan who was beloved throughout his region, though not for the reasons most teachers are respected. Ryokan lived with utter simplicity, owning nothing, taking nothing seriously, playing with children, writing poetry, and displaying what most people would consider foolish behavior. He would forget where he placed his begging bowl, lose track of time, and sometimes arrive at important ceremonies wearing mismatched sandals or with his robes on backward. To the conventional mind, he appeared to be a simpleton, perhaps even mentally deficient. One day, a famous scholar came to the village. Having heard about this strange monk, who was said to possess great wisdom despite his apparent foolishness, the scholar was skeptical. He had spent decades accumulating knowledge, studying every major philosophical tradition, memorizing thousands of texts, engaging in sophisticated debates with the finest minds of his era. He believed that true wisdom required extensive learning, refined intellect, and proper decorum. How could this apparently foolish monk possibly possess genuine wisdom? The scholar arranged to meet Ryokan, intending to expose him as a fraud. He prepared elaborate philosophical questions designed to reveal the monk's ignorance. When they met, the scholar launched into his first question, a complex inquiry about the nature of emptiness and form. Using sophisticated Buddhist terminology and referencing obscure sutras, Ryokan listened with a gentle smile, then replied, "That cloud looks like a rabbit, don't you think?" and pointed at the sky. The scholar was annoyed. Clearly, this monk did not understand the question or was avoiding it because he could not answer. He tried again, this time asking an even more complex question about the relationship between absolute and relative truth. Ryokan laughed delightedly and said, "Would you like some tea? I make terrible tea, but I make it with great love." The scholar grew frustrated. He asked question after question, each more sophisticated than the last, and each time Ryokan responded with what seemed like complete irrelevance, pointing out birds offering food or making simple observations about the weather. Finally, the scholar stood up to leave, disgusted. "You are no master," he said. "You are a fool who knows nothing of the Dharma." As he turned to go, Ryokan called after him, "You carry such a heavy load of knowledge, friend. No wonder you cannot see the clouds shaped like rabbits. Your head is so full of concepts about sky that you have forgotten how to actually look at the sky." In that moment, something broke open in the scholar. For the first time in decades, he actually looked at the sky. Really looked. Without naming, without analyzing, without comparing it to anything he had read or learned. And in that simple act of direct perception, unmediated by thought, he touched something he had been seeking his entire life through all his studies. The wisdom he sought was not in more knowledge, but in the direct, immediate, conceptually uncluttered experience of reality exactly as it is. Tears filled his eyes. He bowed deeply to Ryokan, understanding now that the master's apparent foolishness was actually profound wisdom. Freedom from the tyranny of concepts and the prison of needing to appear knowledgeable. This story addresses one of the most subtle traps on the spiritual path, what we might call spiritual materialism, or the ego's co-opting of spiritual practice. The scholar had made a career, an identity, a source of pride out of his spiritual knowledge. He knew all the right terms, could cite all the relevant texts, could engage in sophisticated philosophical discourse. But this knowledge had become a barrier rather than a bridge. It separated him from direct experience. It made him incapable of simply being present with what is, because he was always filtering everything through his conceptual framework, always analyzing, always positioning himself as the knowledgeable one. Ryokan, on the other hand, had let go of the need to be seen as wise. He did not care if people thought he was foolish. He did not need to demonstrate his understanding through impressive discourse. He was free from the burden of maintaining a particular image, free from the exhausting work of constantly proving his worth through displays of knowledge. This freedom allowed him to be fully present, to see clouds shaped like rabbits, to make tea with love even if it tasted terrible, to respond to each moment with spontaneity rather than from a repertoire of learned responses. The Buddha himself warned against this trap. He taught that his teachings were like a raft, useful for crossing the river, but to be left behind once you reach the other shore. Clinging to teachings, clinging to spiritual concepts, clinging to your identity as a learned practitioner. This is missing the point entirely. The teachings point toward direct experience, toward awakening, but they are not awakening itself. You can memorize every sutra, understand every concept, explain every doctrine, and still be completely asleep if that knowledge has not transformed into direct realization. There is a famous Zen saying, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." This means that awakening does not make you special or different in any obvious external way. You still live an ordinary life, doing ordinary things. The difference is internal. The enlightened person chops wood and carries water with complete presence, with no separation between self and activity, with no need to be anywhere other than exactly where they are doing exactly what they are doing. The unenlightened person chops wood while wishing they were doing something else, carries water while thinking about the past or future, lives in constant subtle dissatisfaction with what is. Ryokan's foolishness was actually this kind of enlightened ordinariness. He had no investment in being extraordinary. He was completely at ease with being exactly who he was, doing whatever simple activity was in front of him. Losing his bowl was not a problem to him because he was not attached to having a bowl. Wearing mismatched sandals was not embarrassing because he was not concerned with how others perceived him. Playing with children was not beneath his dignity because he had no dignity to maintain. He was free, and his freedom expressed itself as a kind of holy foolishness, a lightness and spontaneity that people who are heavily invested in their self-image can never access. Consider your own relationship to knowledge and understanding. Do you collect spiritual concepts like trophies? Do you feel superior to those who have not read as much as you, practiced as long as you, understood as deeply as you? Do you engage with teachings primarily as information to be acquired or as invitations to direct experience? When you encounter something simple, like clouds in the sky or birds singing, can you experience it directly? Or does your mind immediately start labeling, categorizing, relating it to what you already know? The path of wisdom sometimes requires becoming foolish in the eyes of the world. It requires letting go of your investment in being seen as intelligent, knowledgeable, spiritually advanced. It requires the humility to not know, to be uncertain, to be wrong, to appear simple or naive. This is threatening to the ego, which builds its sense of self largely on being right, being knowledgeable, being superior to others in some dimension. But this ego structure is itself a barrier to awakening. As long as you are defending a position, maintaining an identity, proving your worth, you cannot rest in your true nature, which needs no defense, has no position, possesses worth inherently rather than through achievements. Ryokan's invitation to the scholar and to all of us is to put down the heavy load of knowledge we carry. This does not mean becoming ignorant or rejecting learning. It means holding knowledge lightly, using it when useful, but not being imprisoned by it. Not mistaking the map for the territory, not confusing concepts about reality for reality itself. It means recovering the capacity for direct, immediate, fresh perception that we all possessed as children before we learned to filter everything through thought. Watch a young child encountering something for the first time. They do not analyze it, categorize it, compare it to other things they have seen. They simply experience it with total presence, complete openness, unjaded wonder. Then watch an adult encounter the same thing. The adult's mind immediately starts working, naming, judging, relating the new thing to known things, barely present with the actual experience because they are so busy thinking about the experience. We have traded immediate presence for conceptual understanding, and in the process, we have lost something essential. The spiritual path, paradoxically, is about recovering what we have lost, becoming in a sense like children again, but with the depth and wisdom that come from having made the full journey through knowledge and coming out the other side. There is an innocence before knowledge, the innocence of the child who has not yet learned to divide reality into categories. Then there is the complicated stage of accumulated knowledge, where the scholar resides, where most adults live, where everything is filtered through concepts and judgments. And then, if we are fortunate, if we practice sincerely, there is a return to innocence. But now it is informed innocence, awakened innocence. The holy foolishness of someone like Ryokan, who has mastered knowledge and then released it, who can use concepts when needed but is not trapped by them, who has returned to direct experience, but now with the depth that comes from having traveled the full circle. As you rest here tonight, practice Ryokan's way. Let go of the need to understand everything you hear. Let go of analyzing these stories for their meaning. Let go of comparing what you are learning with what you already know. Simply be present with the words as they arise and pass, like watching clouds drift across the sky. You do not need to grasp the clouds. You do not need to understand the clouds. You simply watch them, enjoy them. Let them be what they are. Treat these teachings the same way. Let them wash over you. Work on you at levels deeper than intellectual understanding, and trust that their wisdom will seep into you in ways that analysis and grasping could never accomplish. Our 11th story takes us into the profound recognition that suffering and joy, pain and pleasure, difficulty and ease, these are not opposites to be sorted into good and bad, but are all aspects of the full spectrum of human experience, all equally valid, all potentially doorways to awakening. This story is known as The Strawberry, and it contains perhaps the most radical teaching about embracing life exactly as it is, even in the face of death itself. A man was walking through the forest when he encountered a ferocious tiger. Frightened for his life, he began to run, but the tiger pursued him relentlessly. He came to the edge of a cliff and, looking down, saw another tiger waiting at the bottom, looking up at him hungrily. The man noticed a vine growing over the edge of the cliff and quickly climbed down, hoping to escape both tigers. As he hung there, suspended between the tiger above and the tiger below, he noticed two mice, one white and one black, gnawing at the vine he was clinging to. The vine would soon break, and he would fall to his death. Then the man noticed a wild strawberry growing on the face of the cliff. Within arm's reach, he plucked it and ate it.
How sweet it tasted!
This story is sometimes called the most important teaching in all of Buddhism, distilled into a few simple images. The man represents each of us. The tigers represent birth and death, the fact that we are all moving toward death. That death pursues us as inevitably as the tiger pursued the man. The cliff represents our precarious existence, the uncertainty of life, the lack of solid ground beneath our feet. The two mice, one white and one black, represent day and night, the constant passage of time that is steadily cutting through whatever we cling to for security. The vine represents our life, the temporary support we depend on, which is always in the process of being severed. Most people, upon understanding this story, focus on the dire situation the man is in. He is about to die. There is no escape. The vine is being cut. He will fall. But the point of the story is not the inevitability of death or the precariousness of existence. The point is the strawberry. The point is that even in the most dire circumstances, even while facing certain death, the man was able to be fully present with the simple gift of that moment, able to taste the sweetness of the strawberry, able to experience joy in the midst of terror. This is not about denying the reality of danger or death. The man was not pretending the tigers were not there. He was not in denial about his situation. He saw clearly that he was about to die, but he also saw the strawberry, and in that moment, he made a choice. He could spend his final moments in pure terror, mentally reliving how he got into this situation, imagining the pain of falling, regretting his decisions, cursing his fate. Or he could taste the strawberry. He chose to taste the strawberry. This teaching confronts us with a profound question. Can you be present with life, even when life includes difficulty, even when the future is uncertain, even when you are facing loss or death? Can you find the strawberry, the moment of beauty or sweetness or connection that exists right now, alongside whatever difficulties you are facing? Or does your mind insist that you cannot experience any joy, any presence, any peace until the difficulties are resolved, until you are safe, until the tigers have gone away? Most of us live as if we are the man on the cliff, but we spend all our time looking at the tigers and the mice, obsessing about danger and impermanence, worrying about death, trying desperately to make the vine stronger or the tigers go away. We miss the strawberry entirely. We postpone joy until we feel secure, but security never comes because life is inherently uncertain. Death is always approaching, and whatever we cling to for safety is always in the process of being cut away by time. If we wait until we feel completely safe before we taste the strawberry, we will die without ever tasting it. The Buddha taught that life includes suffering. This is the first noble truth. Birth is suffering. Aging is suffering. Sickness is suffering. Death is suffering. Separation from what we love is suffering. Not getting what we want is suffering. Getting what we do not want is suffering. This is not pessimism. It is realism. It is seeing life clearly. The man on the cliff saw his situation clearly. He did not deny that he was about to die. But the Buddha's teaching does not stop with suffering. The teaching includes the possibility of freedom, the possibility of peace, even in the midst of suffering. And that freedom comes not from changing the circumstances, but from changing how we relate to the circumstances. The strawberry is always there. In every moment, no matter how difficult, there is something to appreciate, something to be present with, some small gift of existence. The warmth of sun on your face, the sound of rain, the feeling of breath moving through your body, the taste of water, the sight of a flower, the sound of laughter, the feeling of connection with another human being. These small moments of sweetness are always available, but we miss them because we are so focused on the tigers, so obsessed with our fears and worries, so consumed by our resistance to the reality of impermanence and death. Consider how you relate to difficulty in your own life. When you are facing a challenge, experiencing loss, going through a painful time, do you tell yourself that you cannot be happy until the situation resolves? Do you postpone joy, waiting for some future time when things will be better? Do you miss the strawberries that are available right now because you are so focused on the tigers? This is not to say that you should ignore real problems or pretend difficulties do not exist. It is saying that even while acknowledging and working with difficulties, you can still be present with whatever goodness exists right now. There is a profound freedom in recognizing that joy and sorrow can coexist, that you can feel grief and also feel gratitude, that you can face difficulty and also notice beauty, that you can be aware of your mortality and also taste the sweetness of being alive. These are not contradictions. They are the full spectrum of human experience. When you stop insisting that life should be only pleasant, only secure, only comfortable, when you open to the full range of what life includes, something remarkable happens. You become more alive, more present, more capable of finding the strawberries, even while the tigers circle. This teaching is particularly relevant in our modern world, where we are constantly told that happiness depends on circumstances, that we need to acquire certain things, achieve certain goals, avoid certain outcomes in order to be okay. The advertising industry, the self-help industry, even sometimes the spiritual industry, all promote the message that you are not okay as you are, that you need to change something before you can be happy. But the strawberry teaching says something radically different. It says you can be okay right now. You can taste sweetness right now. You can be present with life right now, exactly as it is, tigers and all. This does not mean you stop working to improve your circumstances or stop avoiding unnecessary danger. The man on the cliff would have preferred not to be in that situation. But he was in that situation, and fighting against that reality would not have changed it. It would only have prevented him from tasting the strawberry. Similarly, you may prefer different circumstances than the ones you have, and you can work toward change. But fighting against the reality of your current circumstances, resenting them, resisting them, this only prevents you from experiencing whatever goodness is available to you right now. As you rest here tonight, practice finding the strawberries in your life. What sweetness is available to you right now, even if your life also includes difficulties? Can you taste it fully, without guilt, without the mind saying you should not enjoy anything until your problems are solved? Can you be present with the simple gift of breath, of rest, of these words, of this moment, even while acknowledging whatever challenges you face? This is the practice of tasting the strawberry, and it is available to you always, in every moment, regardless of circumstances. The tigers may circle, the mice may gnaw at the vine, but the strawberry is always there, waiting to be tasted, offering its sweetness to anyone present enough to notice it. Our 12th story brings us to the recognition that true mastery in any domain, whether spiritual practice or any other skill, is characterized not by complicated technique or impressive displays, but by profound simplicity, by doing the most basic things with total presence and perfection. This story is called The Master's Tea, and it reveals how enlightenment expresses itself not in extraordinary powers, but in extraordinary ordinariness. A tea master named Sen no Rikyu was considered the greatest tea master in all of Japan. People would travel for months to experience a tea ceremony conducted by him, believing that his ceremonies contained some secret, some special technique that made them transcendent experiences. The shogun himself, the military ruler of Japan, heard about Sen no Rikyu's extraordinary tea ceremonies and commanded him to perform one at the palace. Sen no Rikyu arrived at the appointed time, carrying only his simple tea implements. The shogun had invited many nobles and dignitaries to witness this legendary tea master's ceremony. Expecting to see something spectacular, some display of mastery that would amaze everyone present. The room was filled with anticipation. Everyone waited to see what special techniques, what secret knowledge, what extraordinary skills this master would demonstrate. Sen no Rikyu began the ceremony. He heated water. He measured tea. He whisked it carefully. He poured it into bowls. He served it to his guests. That was all. There were no flourishes, no impressive displays, no secret techniques revealed. He simply made tea, performed each step with complete attention, moved with economy and grace, and created an atmosphere of profound peace and presence. The ceremony was utterly ordinary in its components. Yet somehow, everyone present felt they had experienced something extraordinary, something they could not quite name, but that touched them deeply. After the ceremony, one of the nobles approached Sen no Rikyu and said, "Master, I have attended hundreds of tea ceremonies. I studied tea ceremony for years myself. Everything you did was completely basic. You performed the ceremony exactly as it is taught to beginners. I saw no special techniques, no advanced methods. Yet somehow, your ceremony was unlike any I have ever experienced. What is your secret?" Sen no Rikyu replied, "The secret is that there is no secret. I simply boil water, make tea, and serve it. Nothing more. The only difference is that I do nothing else while I am doing these things. When I boil water, I just boil water. When I make tea, I just make tea. When I serve, I just serve. There is no other thought, no self-consciousness, no concern about what others think, no worry about the result. There is only this action, completely embraced, completely fulfilled. This is the entire secret. This teaching goes to the heart of what Zen calls, ordinary mind is the way. Awakening does not make you special or extraordinary. It does not give you supernatural powers or access to secret knowledge. It simply allows you to be completely present with whatever you are doing, to give your full attention to the most ordinary activities, to live each moment completely rather than being lost in thought about other moments. We live in a culture that celebrates complexity, that assumes advanced technique must be complicated, that believes mastery means doing things most people cannot do. But the deepest mastery is doing what everyone can do, but doing it with complete presence, with total dedication, with no separation between self and activity. This is what the Japanese call mushin, no mind, or what Zen calls no mind, a state of complete absorption where there is no self-conscious observer, only the activity itself happening through you. Think about times when you have been completely absorbed in something. Perhaps you were playing music, or painting, or writing or playing a sport or having a deep conversation or making love or playing with a child. In those moments of complete absorption, the usual sense of self, the constant internal commentator who judges and evaluates everything you do, temporarily disappears. There is just the activity happening by itself, with no sense of, I am doing this. These are moments when you touch the same quality that Sen no Rikyu brought to his tea ceremony. Complete presence, no separation between doer and doing. The tragedy is that most people experience this kind of presence only occasionally. In special activities they are passionate about, and the rest of the time they live in a state of partial attention, their minds scattered among past, future, and countless thoughts, never fully present with what they are actually doing. They eat while watching television, never tasting the food. They walk while thinking about where they are going, never feeling their feet on the ground. They talk to people while planning what they will say next, never really listening. They live their entire lives in a state of distraction, of fragmentation, of being anywhere but here. Sen no Rikyu's tea ceremony was extraordinary not because he did anything special, but because he was completely present. And complete presence is actually extraordinary in a world where almost everyone is partially absent most of the time. His presence created a field that others could feel, that invited them into presence as well. For the duration of the ceremony, the guests were pulled out of their usual scattered state and into the same quality of attention the master was demonstrating. This is why the ceremony felt transcendent. Not because anything supernatural occurred, but because for that brief time, everyone was simply there, fully present, not lost in thought. This teaching invites you to bring this same quality of presence to your own life. You do not need to wait for special occasions. You do not need elaborate rituals or perfect conditions. You can practice complete presence while washing dishes, while walking to your car, while talking to your child, while eating breakfast, while sitting in meditation. The content of the activity does not matter. What matters is the quality of presence you bring to it. When you wash dishes, just wash dishes. Feel the warm water on your hands. Notice the slipperiness of soap, the weight of each dish, the sound of water. Do not think about what you will do after washing dishes. Do not replay conversations from earlier in the day. Do not plan tomorrow's schedule. Just wash dishes completely and wholeheartedly. This is Zen practice. This is meditation in action. This is the same mastery that Sen no Rikyu demonstrated in his tea ceremony. The Buddha taught that right effort is not about straining or forcing, but about complete engagement, about bringing your full attention to whatever you are doing. When you do this, even the most mundane activities become sacred. Cooking becomes a ceremony. Walking becomes meditation. Breathing becomes prayer. Life itself becomes practice. And every moment becomes an opportunity to touch the same depth that Sen no Rikyu expressed through tea. Most people are waiting for their real life to begin, waiting for special moments, for peak experiences, for enlightenment to arrive like a lightning bolt that will suddenly make everything different. But the teaching of the tea ceremony is that your real life is happening right now, in the most ordinary moments. And enlightenment is not a special state that arrives in the future, but the capacity to be fully present with the utterly ordinary now. The water is always boiling, the tea is always being made, the ceremony is always happening. The only question is whether you are present for it. As you lie here in the darkness, practice Sen no Rikyu's teaching. Be completely present with this moment, not thinking about it, not analyzing it, not comparing it to other moments, just completely here. Feel the surface beneath you. Hear the sounds in your environment. Notice the breath moving through your body. Be with these simple sensations completely, with no agenda, no goal, no effort to make this moment into something other than what it is. This is the tea ceremony of your own awareness, happening right now, requiring nothing special, only your complete presence. Our 13th story takes us deep into the understanding that separation itself is illusion, that the boundary between self and other is not as solid as it appears, and that compassion is not something we need to cultivate so much as something we discover when the illusion of separation dissolves. This story is called Indra's Net, and though it comes from a teaching that predates Zen, it has become central to Zen understanding of interconnection. The ancient text, called the Avatamsaka Sutra, describes a celestial vision of reality. In the palace of the god Indra, there hangs a vast net that extends infinitely in all directions. At each intersection of the net, there is a jewel, and each jewel is perfectly polished so that it reflects all the other jewels in the net. If you look closely at one jewel, you see reflected in it all the other jewels, and in each of those reflections, you see all the jewels again, and in those reflections, all the jewels again infinitely. Each jewel contains all jewels. Each part contains the whole. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything interpenetrates everything else. This is not merely poetic imagery. This is an attempt to describe how reality actually is, beneath the appearance of separate, isolated things. From the perspective of ordinary consciousness, the world appears to be made up of separate objects, including separate selves. I am here, you are there. This tree is separate from that rock, which is separate from the sky. Everything seems to have clear boundaries, to exist independently. But when you look more closely, When you investigate with the precision of either advanced physics or advanced meditation, these boundaries start to dissolve. Consider your body. It seems to be a separate thing, clearly distinct from the environment. But is it? The air you breathe becomes part of your body with each breath. The food you eat becomes your body within hours. The water you drink circulates through your cells. Your body is constantly exchanging matter and energy with everything around it. Where exactly does your body end and the environment begin? The boundary is arbitrary, conventional, not actually real in any absolute sense. You are not separate from your environment. You are a process that your environment is doing, a temporary pattern in the continuous flow of matter and energy. The same is true at the level of mind and consciousness. Your thoughts are not generated in isolation. They arise in response to your experiences, which involve other people, other beings, information from the world. Your sense of self is constructed from interactions with others, from language you learned from your culture, from concepts and beliefs you absorbed from your family and society. There is no self that exists in isolation, only a self that is relationally constructed, that arises in dependence on everything and everyone else. When the Buddha taught about dependent origination, he was pointing to this fundamental truth. Nothing exists independently. Everything arises in dependence on conditions in relationship to everything else. A flower cannot exist without soil, water, sunlight, air, the entire biosphere that supports it, the evolutionary history that produced it. A thought cannot exist without a brain, which cannot exist without a body, which cannot exist without food, which cannot exist without the entire web of life that produces food. Everything is connected to everything else in a vast network of mutual interdependence, exactly like Indra's net, where each jewel reflects and contains all other jewels. Now consider what this means for the question of self and other. If everything is interconnected, if there are no truly separate things, then the distinction between self and other is ultimately illusory. This does not mean that conventional distinctions are not useful. Obviously, in practical life, we need to distinguish between this body and that body, between my interests and your interests. But at a deeper level, these distinctions are relative, not absolute. At the deepest level, there is just this vast interconnected process, and what we call self and other are temporary patterns within that process, like waves in the ocean that appear distinct, but are actually inseparable from the ocean itself. When you truly understand this, when you see it not just intellectually, but as direct experience, compassion arises naturally. If there is no fundamental separation between self and other, then your suffering and my suffering are not separate. Helping you is helping myself. harming you is harming myself. Compassion is not a moral obligation imposed from outside. It is the natural response to seeing reality clearly. It is recognizing that we are all jewels in Indra's net, each containing all others, each affecting all others, fundamentally inseparable. This is why the Bodhisattva vow, the promise to work for the liberation of all beings, makes perfect sense from this perspective. You cannot be fully liberated while any being suffers, because there is no absolute separation between you and other beings. Your liberation and their liberation are interconnected, just as each jewel in Indra's net reflects the state of all other jewels. When one jewel is dimmed, all jewels are slightly dimmed. When one jewel shines brightly, all jewels benefit from its light. Consider how this teaching transforms your understanding of ethics and responsibility. If you see yourself as a separate, isolated self, then ethics becomes about following rules, about external obligations, about sacrificing your interests for others. But if you understand interconnection deeply, then acting ethically is simply acting intelligently. Taking care of others is taking care of yourself, because others are not separate from yourself. Protecting the environment is protecting yourself, because you are not separate from the environment. Contributing to the well-being of society is contributing to your own well-being, because you cannot separate yourself from society. This teaching also addresses the deep loneliness that many people feel, the sense of isolation, of being alone in a vast universe. That loneliness comes from the illusion of separation. When you recognize that you are not separate, that you are one jewel in an infinite net of jewels, each reflecting all others, each connected to all others, that loneliness dissolves. You realize you have never been alone, can never be alone, because you are inseparable from the totality of existence. You are the universe experiencing itself from this particular perspective, and every other being is the universe experiencing itself from a different perspective. We are all the same being, appearing as many. As you rest here in the darkness, reflect on this teaching. Feel into your interconnection with all things. The air you breathe was breathed by countless others before you. The water in your body once flowed in rivers and oceans. The carbon in your bones was forged in the heart of ancient stars. You are made of the universe, by the universe, and you will return to the universe. But you were never actually separate from it. This recognition can bring tremendous peace, a sense of belonging, of being held by the vast web of existence. Each thread connected to every other thread, each jewel reflecting all other jewels in an infinite network of mutual illumination. Our 14th story invites us to explore one of the most challenging aspects of spiritual awakening: the recognition that our resistance to what is Our constant subtle rejection of the present moment in favor of how we think it should be is the very source of our suffering. This story is called The Guest House, and it offers a radical approach to all the experiences we normally try to avoid or push away. A Zen master was once asked by a student, "How should I deal with difficult emotions, with the anger, fear, sadness, and confusion that arise in my mind?" The master responded with a teaching that has echoed through the centuries. He said, "Your consciousness is like a guest house. Every morning, new guests arrive. Some are welcome. Pleasant visitors, joy, gratitude, peace. Others are unwelcome, difficult guests, sorrow, rage, despair, shame. But the guest house, your awareness, does not choose who enters. The door is always open." He continued, "Most people try to bar the door against the unwelcome guests. They pretend these guests are not knocking. They hide in the back rooms of the house, hoping the difficult guests will go away. Or they open the door just a crack, arguing with the guests, trying to convince them to leave, fighting them at the threshold. This struggle exhausts them. The guests never truly leave because they are never truly met. They keep knocking, demanding to be acknowledged." The student asked, "Then what should I do when these difficult guests arrive?" The master smiled and said, "Welcome them all. Open the door wide. Invite each guest in, whether they bring joy or sorrow. Treat each one honorably. Offer them tea. Listen to what they have to say. They are all teachers, sent to instruct you in some way. The guest of anger may teach you about your boundaries. The guest of sadness may teach you about what you value. The guest of fear may teach you about protecting yourself. The guest of shame may teach you about your humanity." He paused, then added, "But remember, they are guests. They come, they visit, they leave. None of them are who you truly are. You are not the guest of anger or the guest of joy. You are the guest house itself, the spacious awareness that can welcome all experiences without being defined or limited by any of them. When you understand this, when you stop fighting with your guests and simply welcome them, a curious thing happens. They stay for a time, deliver their message, and then naturally depart. They do not need to break down your door because you have opened it willingly. They do not need to stay indefinitely because you have fully received them. This teaching turns our usual relationship with emotions completely upside down. We are taught from childhood to pursue pleasant emotions and avoid unpleasant ones. We build entire lives around trying to maximize happiness, pleasure, joy, and minimize sadness, pain, fear. We develop elaborate strategies for controlling our emotional experience, suppressing what we do not want to feel, forcing ourselves to feel what we think we should feel, numbing ourselves with distractions when uncomfortable emotions arise. We treat emotions as problems to be solved, obstacles to be overcome, enemies to be defeated. But the guest house teaching suggests something radically different. What if emotions are not problems but messages? What if resistance to emotions causes more suffering than the emotions themselves? What if the way to be free is not to control what you feel, but to change your relationship to what you feel, to welcome all experiences with equal hospitality? Consider what actually happens when a difficult emotion arises and you resist it. Let us say you feel anxiety. The initial anxiety might be a natural, appropriate response to a situation. Your body is alerting you to something that needs attention. But then, on top of the anxiety, you add a layer of resistance. You tell yourself you should not be feeling anxious. You judge yourself as weak or broken for having this feeling. You try to push the anxiety away, to distract yourself from it, to think your way out of it. Now, you are not just experiencing anxiety. You are experiencing anxiety about your anxiety, suffering about your suffering. The original emotion might have passed quickly if you had simply felt it. But your resistance to it keeps it alive, intensifies it, turns it into prolonged suffering. The Buddha made a distinction between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable in human life. Physical pain from injury or illness, emotional pain from loss or disappointment. These are part of the human condition. But suffering, the Buddha taught, is optional. Suffering is what we add to pain through our resistance, through our mental proliferation around the pain, through our stories about how the pain should not be happening, through our desperate attempts to escape the pain. Pain multiplied by resistance equals suffering. If you can reduce the resistance to zero, what remains is pain, which is workable, temporary, and does not destroy your fundamental peace. The guest house teaching is about reducing resistance to zero, about welcoming all experiences with the same spacious awareness. This does not mean you like difficult emotions or want them to continue. It means you stop fighting with reality. If anxiety is present, anxiety is present. Fighting with that fact does not make the anxiety go away. It only adds suffering to anxiety. But if you can welcome the anxiety, allow it to be present, feel it fully without resistance, something remarkable happens. The anxiety moves through you. It delivers its message, which might be that you need to take action about something, or that you are overwhelmed and need rest, or that you are disconnecting from your values. You learn from it, and then it passes, like a guest who has been properly received and no longer needs to stay. This approach requires tremendous courage because our conditioning tells us that if we fully allow difficult emotions, we will be overwhelmed by them, destroyed by them. We believe we need our defenses, our resistance, our elaborate strategies for avoiding pain. But these defenses actually make us more fragile, not stronger. When you spend all your energy trying to avoid difficult emotions, you live in constant fear of them. Your life becomes smaller as you avoid situations that might trigger them. Your relationships suffer because you cannot be vulnerable. Your growth is stunted because growth requires moving through discomfort. But when you practice welcoming all guests, when you develop the capacity to be with whatever arises without resistance, you become truly strong. Not the brittle strength of defended walls, but the flexible strength of spacious awareness that can hold all experiences without being damaged by any of them. You stop needing life to be a certain way in order to be okay. You can meet whatever comes with equanimity, knowing that you can welcome it, learn from it, and allow it to pass. The teaching that you are the guest house, not the guests, is crucial. Most people identify with their emotional states. I am angry, they say, or I am anxious, or I am depressed. But this is confusing the guest house with the guest. The emotion is a temporary visitor in your consciousness. It arises, it persists for a time, it passes away. But you, the awareness that knows the emotion is present, you remain throughout. You are the constant, stable background against which all experiences come and go. When you identify with the guest, you feel unstable because guests are constantly changing. But when you recognize yourself as the guest house, as awareness itself, you discover a stability that nothing can shake. This recognition is not intellectual. It comes through practice, through repeatedly welcoming your experiences, through learning to distinguish between the experience and the awareness of the experience. In meditation, you practice this directly. Thoughts arise, you notice them, you let them go. Emotions arise, you feel them. You allow them to be present, you watch them change and pass. Sensations arise, you observe them. You see their impermanent nature. Through this practice, you gradually realize that you are not any of these changing phenomena. You are the space in which they all occur. The awareness that knows them all, the guest house that welcomes them all. As you rest here tonight, practice being the guest house. Notice what guests are present. Perhaps there is tiredness, or relaxation, or restlessness, or peace, or thinking, or silence. Whatever is present, welcome it. Do not try to change it or push it away or make it last. If it is pleasant, simply acknowledge each guest. Allow it to be here. Make space for it. Notice that you, the one who is aware of all these guests, remain stable even as the guests come and go. Rest as this awareness, this spacious welcoming presence, and discover the peace that comes not from controlling your experience, but from allowing experience to be exactly what it is. Our 15th story takes us into the profound understanding that our judgments about good and bad, about fortunate and unfortunate events, about what should and should not happen, these judgments themselves create much of our suffering and prevent us from seeing the deeper wisdom in life's unfolding. This story is known as Maybe, and it teaches us the freedom that comes from releasing our compulsive need to judge everything that happens. There was once a farmer who lived in a small village. He was considered relatively well off because he owned a horse which he used for plowing and for transportation. One day, his horse ran away. All the neighbors came to offer sympathy. "Such bad luck," they said. The farmer simply replied, "Maybe." A few days later, the horse returned, bringing with it 3 wild horses. The neighbors gathered again, this time to congratulate the farmer on his good fortune.
Such good luck!
They exclaimed. The farmer said, "Maybe." The following week, the farmer's son was attempting to tame one of the wild horses when he was thrown off and broke his leg. The neighbors came once more, shaking their heads at the farmer's misfortune. "Such bad luck," they said with sympathy. The farmer responded, "Maybe." Soon after, military officials came to the village to conscript young men into the army, as war had broken out with a neighboring province. Because of his broken leg, the farmer's son was not taken. The neighbors congratulated the farmer on how well things had turned out. "Such good luck," they said. The farmer smiled and said, "Maybe." This story continues infinitely because life continues infinitely. Each event leading to other events, what seems fortunate in one moment revealing unexpected difficulties. What seems unfortunate in one moment opening doors that would otherwise have remained closed. The farmer's wisdom was not in predicting the future or in having some special knowledge about how events would unfold. His wisdom was in recognizing the fundamental uncertainty of life and in refusing to judge events prematurely. Understanding that we can never see the full consequences of anything that happens. We live in a culture obsessed with judgment, with labeling everything that happens as good or bad, fortunate or unfortunate, fair or unfair. When something happens that we wanted, we call it good luck and feel happy. When something happens that we did not want, we call it bad luck and feel upset. We waste enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy in these judgments, celebrating when things go our way, suffering when they do not, completely missing the deeper truth that we have no idea how any event will ultimately affect our lives. How many times have you looked back on your life and realized that something you thought was a disaster at the time actually led to some of your greatest growth or your most significant opportunities? How many times has something you thought was wonderful actually led to complications and difficulties you could not have anticipated. The job you lost that devastated you led to finding work you actually love. The relationship that ended painfully freed you to meet the person who became your life partner. The illness that frightened you taught you what truly matters in life. The failure that humiliated you motivated you to develop new skills. The teaching of maybe is not about becoming passive or indifferent to life. It is not saying that nothing matters or that we should not work toward our goals or try to create positive outcomes. It is saying that we should hold our judgments lightly, recognizing that we are working with incomplete information, that we cannot see the full picture, that events that seem clearly good or clearly bad in the moment may reveal themselves quite differently over time. This teaching is deeply connected to the Buddhist understanding of impermanence and dependent origination. Everything is constantly changing. Every event arises in dependence on countless conditions and leads to countless consequences. The web of causation is so complex, so intricate, that we can never fully trace it. What seems like a single event, the horse running away, is actually part of an infinite chain of causes and effects extending in all directions through time. To judge any single link in this chain as absolutely good or absolutely bad is to pretend we can see and understand the entire chain, which we cannot. The farmer's practice of saying, maybe, was a practice of intellectual humility and emotional non-attachment. He was not claiming to know what the ultimate consequences of events would be. He was acknowledging the fundamental uncertainty of life. And this acknowledgement freed him from the emotional roller coaster that his neighbors were riding. Up when things seemed good, down when things seemed bad. Constantly at the mercy of circumstances they could not control and could not accurately evaluate. Consider how much suffering comes from your judgments about what is happening in your life. You judge that you should be further along by now, and that judgment creates suffering. You judge that your life should look different than it does, and that judgment creates suffering. You judge that this event is a disaster, and that event is a triumph. And these judgments create emotional turbulence. But what if you could meet each event with the farmer's wisdom, with maybe, with a recognition that you do not know the full story, that what seems clear in this moment may reveal itself quite differently as more of the story unfolds. This does not mean you cannot have preferences or make choices. The farmer presumably preferred that his son not break his leg, but he did not add layers of suffering to the event by insisting it should not have happened, by raging against the unfairness of it, by catastrophizing about how this ruined everything. He simply acknowledged what happened and remained open to seeing how it might unfold. which allowed him to notice the unexpected benefit when his son was spared from military service. The practice of maybe is a practice of staying present with what is while remaining open to what might be. It is acknowledging that life is uncertain, unpredictable, and unfolding in ways you cannot control or fully understand. And within that acknowledgement is a tremendous freedom. You are no longer exhausting yourself trying to make life conform to your judgments about how it should be. You are no longer constantly disappointed when life does not match your expectations. You are open, curious, present with what is, and interested to see what emerges. This teaching also addresses the human tendency to create narratives, to tell ourselves stories about what events mean, who we are, what our life is about. We take the raw material of experience and weave it into stories with plots, with good guys and bad guys, with successes and failures. These stories give us a sense of meaning and identity, but they also limit us. They lock us into particular interpretations that may not be accurate or helpful. The farmer refused to create these stories. He did not tell himself a story about being lucky or unlucky, blessed or cursed. He simply acknowledged each event and remained open to the next one. As you lie here in the darkness, practice the wisdom of maybe. Reflect on events in your life that you have judged as absolutely good or absolutely bad. Can you soften those judgments? Can you acknowledge that you do not know the full story? That these events are still unfolding, that their ultimate meaning has not yet been revealed. Notice how this softening of judgment creates space, creates ease, creates freedom from the tyranny of your own certainty about how things should be. Rest in the openness of not knowing, in the humility of maybe, and discover the peace that comes when you stop insisting that you can judge events accurately before their full consequences have unfolded. Our 16th story invites us into a teaching about the nature of problems and solutions, revealing that what we think of as problems are often not problems at all, but simply aspects of reality that we are resisting, and that the solution is not to change reality, but to change our relationship to reality. This story is called The Axe, and it comes from the direct, sometimes shocking teaching style of certain Zen masters. A monk came to Master Zhaozhou, one of the most revered teachers in Zen history, and said, "I have just entered the monastery. Please teach me." Zhaozhou asked, "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" The monk replied, "Yes, I have eaten." Zhaozhou said, "Then go wash your bowl." The monk stood there, confused. He had come seeking profound teachings about enlightenment, about the nature of Buddha, about the path to awakening, and the master was telling him to wash his bowl. What kind of teaching was this? Was the master mocking him? Was this some kind of test? He began to protest. to explain that he had come for spiritual instruction, not practical advice about housekeeping. Zhao simply repeated, "Go wash your bowl." Years later, that same monk, now much further along the path, was sharing this story with other students. He said, "In that moment, when Master Zhao told me to wash my bowl, he gave me the entire teaching. Everything I needed to know was contained in those 4 words. But I could not hear it because I was looking for something complicated, something special, something other than what was right in front of me." What was the teaching? The teaching was immediate, concrete, and complete. You have eaten, so now wash your bowl. Do what needs to be done right now, without elaboration, without making it more complicated than it is. Do not get lost in thoughts about spiritual attainment or enlightenment or your progress on the path. Just wash the bowl. This action, performed with full attention, with no separation between the washer and the washing, is itself enlightenment. It is not a means to enlightenment. It is the expression of enlightenment. This points to something that many spiritual seekers miss. They think enlightenment is some special state they will achieve in the future through years of practice and effort. They imagine it will feel extraordinary, that they will have special powers or profound insights, that their entire life will be transformed in some dramatic way. And because they are looking for this imagined future state, they miss the fact that awakening is available right now, in the most ordinary moment, in the simple act of washing a bowl. Zen teaching is full of stories like this, stories where students ask profound philosophical questions and masters respond with utterly concrete, practical instructions. A student asks about the meaning of Bodhidharma coming from the West, and the master says, "The oak tree in the garden." A student asks about the Buddha nature, and the master says, 3 pounds of flax. A student asks how to escape the wheel of birth and death, and the master says, "When you are hungry, eat. When you are tired, sleep." These responses are not evasions. They are direct teachings, but they require a different mode of understanding than conceptual thinking. They are pointing you away from abstractions and toward direct experience, away from philosophy and toward immediate reality, away from seeking and toward simply being present with what is. The oak tree in the garden is not a metaphor for Buddha nature. The oak tree in the garden, in its simple existence, is Buddha nature manifesting. 3 pounds of flax is not a code to be decoded. It is an immediate, concrete response that jolts you out of conceptual thinking. When you are hungry, eat, not while thinking about something else, not while worrying about the future, but just eat, completely present with the experience of eating. The monk who was told to wash his bowl was suffering from what we might call spiritual materialism. he had turned spirituality into another project, another thing to achieve, another way to become special or superior. He wanted teachings he could collect, understand, and use to improve himself. He wanted to become enlightened, which means he was treating enlightenment as something separate from who he already was, something to be acquired rather than something to be recognized. Zhao was cutting through all of this with 4 simple words. Go wash your bowl. Be here now. Do what needs to be done. Stop looking for something other than this. This teaching has profound implications for how we relate to our lives. We are constantly treating our current situation as a problem to be solved, something to get through so we can arrive at some better future situation where we imagine we will finally be happy. We eat breakfast while thinking about the meeting we have to get to. We work while thinking about the weekend. We spend time with our children while mentally reviewing our to-do list. We are never fully present with what we are actually doing because we are always leaning toward some imagined future where things will be better, easier, more interesting, more meaningful. But this creates a kind of existential homelessness. We are never home because we are always trying to get somewhere else. We miss our entire lives because we are so busy seeking some better life we imagine will begin when we finally achieve our goals. When we finally get what we want, when we finally become who we think we should be. But that future never arrives. When we achieve one goal, we immediately create another. When we get what we want, we discover it is not quite as satisfying as we imagined, and we want something else. The seeking never ends unless we recognize what Zen is teaching us. That what we seek is not in the future, but right here, in this ordinary moment. In the simple act of washing a bowl, or taking a breath, or feeling our feet on the ground, the practice, then, is radical simplicity and radical presence. When you are washing a bowl, just wash the bowl. Feel the water. See the soap. Notice your hands moving. Hear the sounds. Be completely there. Not because washing bowls is particularly interesting or important, but because this moment, this experience, is your life actually happening? And if you miss it by being lost in thought, you miss your life. Every moment you spend lost in thought about other moments is a moment of your life that you are not actually living. This does not mean you cannot plan for the future or learn from the past. Planning and remembering are themselves things you do in the present moment. You can be fully present while planning. You can be aware that you are remembering. But most of our thinking is not conscious, functional planning and remembering. It is unconscious, compulsive mental wandering that serves no purpose except to remove us from the present moment, to create a sense of having a problem that needs to be solved, to maintain the illusion that we are not quite okay right now, but will be okay when we figure something out. Fix something, get something, become something. Zhaozhou's teaching is the medicine for this disease of constant seeking. Go wash your bowl. Do this one thing completely with full attention. Then do the next thing, then the next. String together moments of complete presence, and you will discover that you are living your life instead of thinking about your life, that you are awake instead of sleepwalking, that you are home instead of homeless. This is not a technique to achieve enlightenment. This is enlightenment itself, moment by moment, bowl by bowl, breath by breath. As you rest here, practice Zhaozhou's teaching. If your mind is thinking, notice that you are thinking. If you are hearing these words, just hear them. If you are breathing, just breathe. Do not make it complicated. Do not seek for some special experience. Just be completely present with whatever is happening right now, in its utter simplicity and ordinariness. This is the teaching, this is the path, this is the destination. They are all the same thing, and that thing is simply this, exactly as it is right now. Our 17th story takes us deep into the understanding of how attachment creates suffering. Not just attachment to things we like, but also attachment to our ideas about how things should be, to our expectations, to our plans, and even to our spiritual practices themselves. This story is called The Raft, and it speaks to the necessity of letting go even of the very tools that have brought us to awakening. The Buddha once told his disciples a parable. He said, "Imagine a man traveling through the wilderness who comes to a wide river. On this side of the river, there is danger, uncertainty, and difficulty. On the far shore, there is safety, peace, and freedom. But there is no bridge across the river, no boat waiting to carry him. So the man gathers reeds, sticks, and vines, and with great effort, he constructs a raft. Using this raft, he safely crosses the river and reaches the far shore." The Buddha then asked his disciples, "Having crossed the river and reached the far shore, what should this man do with the raft? Should he think to himself, 'This raft has been very useful to me. It carried me safely across dangerous waters. I have worked hard to build it. Therefore, I should continue to carry it with me wherever I go, perhaps strapped to my back to honor it and to keep it safe?'" The disciples smiled, recognizing the absurdity of this. Of course, the man should not carry the raft. It has served its purpose. Carrying it further would be a burden, not a benefit. The Buddha continued, "Or should the man think, 'This raft has served its purpose. It brought me safely to this shore. I am grateful for it. But now I have no further need of it. I can leave it here on the shore, where perhaps it will serve another traveler who needs to cross this river.' Is this not the wiser course? The disciples agreed that this was indeed wiser. Then the Buddha revealed the deeper teaching. In the same way, my teachings are like a raft. They are means for crossing over from suffering to freedom, from ignorance to awakening, from bondage to liberation. They are not to be grasped and carried indefinitely. They are not to be clung to beyond their usefulness. Even these teachings, even the Dharma itself, must eventually be released. How much more should you release views and practices that are not true Dharma? This teaching addresses one of the most subtle traps on the spiritual path. People become attached to the very practices and teachings that are meant to free them from attachment. They cling to meditation techniques, to philosophical positions, to religious identities, to their role as a spiritual practitioner. They turn the Dharma itself into another possession, another source of pride and identity, another thing to defend and feel superior about. They have crossed the river, but insist on carrying the raft everywhere they go, burdened by what should have freed them. Consider how this plays out in actual practice. Someone begins meditating and experiences significant benefits. Their anxiety decreases. Their mind becomes calmer. They feel more centered and peaceful. Meditation has been a wonderful raft, carrying them from a shore of mental chaos to a shore of relative peace. But then they become attached to meditation. They start to identify as meditator. They feel anxious if they miss a session. They judge others who do not meditate. They create rigid rules about how meditation must be done. They have turned a tool for freedom into another form of bondage. Or consider someone who studies Buddhist philosophy deeply. The teachings illuminate their understanding, help them make sense of their experience, provide a framework for working with their mind. The teachings have been a useful raft, but then they become attached to Buddhist identity. They get into arguments defending Buddhist positions against other traditions. They feel superior to those who have not studied as much. They use terminology and concepts to impress others. They have turned what should be a means of liberation into another source of ego inflation and separation. The same pattern can occur with any spiritual practice or teaching. Prayer, yoga, retreat, study, service, all can become rafts we cling to even after they have served their purpose, or worse, rafts we carry around to prove something about ourselves, rather than actually using them to cross the river of suffering. The raft is useful when you need to cross the river. It becomes a burden when you have reached the shore but refuse to let it go. This teaching is not saying that practices are unnecessary or that teachings are unimportant. The man needed the raft to cross the river. Without it, he would not have reached the far shore. Similarly, we need practices and teachings, They provide the structure, the guidance, the methods for transforming our consciousness and freeing ourselves from suffering. The teaching is about relationship. Use the raft to cross the river, but do not become so attached to it that you carry it unnecessarily, or so identified with it that you forget the raft is not the destination. There is a deeper layer to this teaching as well. The Buddha is pointing toward ultimate freedom, which includes freedom from all concepts, all positions, all identities, even spiritual ones. From the perspective of ultimate truth, there is no Buddhism to practice, no Dharma to follow, no enlightenment to achieve, because these are all concepts, and reality itself is prior to all concepts. The practices and teachings exist in the realm of relative truth, where they are useful, but they point toward an absolute truth that transcends all frameworks, all systems, all attempts to capture reality in concepts. This is why the Zen tradition emphasizes direct experience over intellectual understanding, why it uses koans and paradoxes to break through conceptual thinking, why its greatest teachers sometimes spoke of killing the Buddha, burning the sutras, leaving no trace of Dharma behind. They are not rejecting the teachings or the practices. They are warning against mistaking the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself, warning against confusing the raft with the shore, warning against getting so caught up in the means that you forget the end. What does it mean practically to use teachings and practices without clinging to them? It means you practice wholeheartedly when you practice, but you do not make your identity dependent on being a practitioner. You study deeply when you study, but you hold what you learn lightly, remaining open to new understanding, willing to revise or release views that no longer serve. You engage fully with whatever raft you are currently using to cross whatever river you are currently facing. But you remain aware that the raft is a tool, not a treasure, a means, not an end. It also means you recognize when a particular teaching or practice has served its purpose, and it is time to let it go or modify it. Perhaps a certain form of meditation was crucial for developing concentration, but now your practice needs to shift toward insight. Perhaps studying philosophy was important for understanding the path, but now you need less conceptual knowledge and more direct practice. Perhaps strict adherence to certain precepts was necessary for developing discipline, but now you need to embody the spirit of the precepts rather than just following the letter. The raft that works for crossing one section of the river may not be appropriate for another section. This teaching also speaks to the phenomenon of spiritual bypassing, where people use spiritual practices and teachings to avoid dealing with real psychological or practical issues in their lives. They are trying to use the raft without actually crossing the river. meditate to escape from uncomfortable emotions, rather than to develop the capacity to be present with all emotions. They study to feel superior rather than to genuinely understand. They practice to maintain a spiritual identity rather than to actually transform. This is like building a beautiful raft and then just sitting in it on the shore, never actually attempting to cross the river, but feeling proud of having such a nice raft. The Buddha's teaching invites us to be honest about where we are. Are you still in the middle of the river, needing the raft? Then use it wholeheartedly. Are you approaching the far shore? Then prepare to let the raft go. Then you reached the shore. Then release it with gratitude and move on unencumbered. Do not carry rafts you no longer need. Do not cling to practices or teachings beyond their usefulness. Do not mistake the means for the end. There is a beautiful freedom in this teaching. You do not need to be loyal to any particular practice or teaching or tradition forever. You can use what serves you for crossing the river you are currently facing, and when that river is crossed, you can leave the raft behind and move on. You are not required to defend Buddhism or meditation or any other practice as superior or ultimate. They are tools, excellent tools when used appropriately, but just tools. The goal is freedom. And if you are clinging to the tools that should be freeing you, you are not yet free. As you rest here tonight, consider what rafts you might be clinging to. What practices, what beliefs, what spiritual identities have you held beyond their usefulness? What are you carrying that could be left behind? What has served its purpose and could now be released with gratitude? Let yourself feel the lightness that comes from traveling unburdened, using whatever tools you need for whatever crossing you face, but never becoming so attached to the tools that they become obstacles to the freedom they are meant to facilitate. Our 18th story brings us to one of the most challenging and liberating insights of Zen practice, that seeking itself perpetuates what we seek to escape from, and that the awakening we long for is not something to be achieved through effort, but something to be recognized in the cessation of seeking. This story is called The Ox and the Man, and it describes the journey of spiritual practice in 10 stages, each represented by an image. A young monk once asked his master about the path to enlightenment. The master responded by describing 10 pictures, each showing a stage of the journey. In the first picture, the man is searching for an ox that he has lost. He looks everywhere, but the ox is nowhere to be found. The man represents the practitioner, and the ox represents his true nature, his Buddha nature, which he believes he has lost and must find. In the second picture, the man discovers the ox's footprints. He has found signs that what he seeks exists, that there is a path that others have walked this way before. These are the teachings, the practices, the evidence that awakening is possible. In the third picture, the man catches a glimpse of the ox in the distance. He has had a brief taste of his true nature, perhaps a moment in meditation where the thinking mind stops and pure awareness shines through, or a sudden recognition of the emptiness and luminosity of consciousness. But the ox quickly disappears again into the forest. In the fourth picture, the man catches the ox but must struggle to control it. The ox is wild, pulling in every direction, refusing to be tamed. This represents the difficulty of practice, the discovery that even after glimpsing your true nature, the habitual patterns of mind are deeply entrenched, constantly pulling you back into delusion, distraction, and identification with thought. In the fifth picture, the man has tamed the ox and leads it gently homeward. This represents mature practice, where meditation has become stable, where you can remain present for longer periods, where your true nature is accessible with less struggle. The ox walks peacefully beside you, but you still maintain the distinction between yourself and the ox, between the practitioner and what is being practiced. In the sixth picture, the man rides the ox home, no longer needing to lead it. This represents a deeper integration, where practice becomes effortless, where you are no longer trying to maintain awareness, but rather awareness maintains itself. You have stopped fighting with your mind and have learned to rest naturally in presence. In the seventh picture, the ox has disappeared. The man sits alone at peace. This represents the recognition that there was never actually an ox to find. What you were seeking was always what you are. The distinction between seeker and sought dissolves. You realize you were never separate from your true nature. You were never lost. There was never anything to find. The entire search was based on a fundamental misunderstanding. In the eighth picture, both the ox and the man have disappeared. There is only empty space, or perhaps a simple circle. This represents the deepest realization of emptiness, the recognition that not only was there no ox to find, there is also no man who was searching. Both the true nature you sought and the separate self you thought you were are empty of inherent existence. What remains is pure awareness, without content, without subject or object, without any division or separation. In the ninth picture, nature reappears. There are trees, rivers, mountains, all expressing themselves spontaneously, naturally, without effort. This represents the return to the ordinary world, but now seen with new eyes. The mountains are once again mountains. The rivers are once again rivers, but now they are recognized as manifestations of the same Buddha, nature that you have realized in yourself. There is no separation between inner and outer, between sacred and mundane, between awakened and unawakened. Everything is just as it is, perfect in its imperfection, whole in its brokenness. In the 10th and final picture, the man appears again, but now he is entering the marketplace with helping hands. This represents the completion of the journey, which is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with it from a place of realized wisdom and compassion. You return to the marketplace, to the ordinary world of human activity, but now you bring the freedom you have discovered. You help others not from a sense of obligation or superiority, but from the natural expression of recognizing that others are not separate from yourself. This 10-picture sequence maps the entire spiritual journey, from initial seeking through various stages of practice and realization to ultimate freedom and return to the world. But the key teaching is in the middle pictures, in the recognition that what you seek is what you already are, that the ox and the man were never truly separate, that the entire journey is a journey from yourself to yourself, from the illusion of separation to the recognition of wholeness. The story speaks to the paradox at the heart of spiritual practice. You must seek in order to discover that seeking is unnecessary. You must practice to realize that there is nothing to practice. You must strive to understand that striving is the obstacle. It is like the old teaching. Before you start practicing, mountains are mountains. After you start practicing, mountains are no longer mountains. After you complete the practice, mountains are once again mountains, but they are not the same mountains. Or rather, they are the same mountains, but you see them completely differently. This is why Zen sometimes speaks of having nothing to attain and of original enlightenment. You are already enlightened. You have always been enlightened. Enlightenment is not something you achieve through practice. It is your true nature, always present, just obscured by habitual patterns of thinking and perceiving that create the illusion of a separate self. Practice does not create enlightenment. It removes the obstacles to recognizing the enlightenment that is already present. The ox represents this true nature. In the beginning, you believe you have lost it, that you need to find it. You search everywhere. You try different practices, different teachings, different techniques. You catch glimpses of it, which motivates you to continue. You struggle to stabilize your access to it. You gradually learn to rest in it more consistently. And then, finally, you realize there was never an ox to find. You were the ox all along. The seeker and the sought were never truly separate. The entire journey was occurring within consciousness, was consciousness exploring itself, was awareness becoming aware of its own nature. But here is the crucial point. This recognition typically does not happen at the beginning of the journey. You cannot simply think your way to it. You cannot shortcut the process by intellectually understanding that you are already enlightened. The understanding must become lived experience through practice. You must go through the stages. You must search, struggle, practice, refine, deepen. Not because these create enlightenment, but because they exhaust the patterns that obscure enlightenment. They remove the obstacles, dissolve the confusion, clear the mirror that has been clouded by lifetimes of conditioning. So the teaching is paradoxical. Practice as if enlightenment is something to achieve, while understanding that it is actually something to recognize. Seek as if you need to find something, while knowing that what you seek is what is seeking. Strive as if effort will get you somewhere, while realizing that the arrival is simply the cessation of going anywhere. Hold these paradoxes simultaneously. Do not resolve them intellectually, but live into them through practice. The 10th picture is particularly important. The journey does not end with withdrawal from the world into some permanent meditative state. It ends with return to the marketplace, to ordinary life, but now lived from freedom, from wisdom, from compassion. The final stage is not different from the first stage in its external appearance. You still live in the world, still engage with people, still have responsibilities and relationships. But everything has changed because your relationship to all of it has changed. You are no longer caught in the dream, even though you continue to participate in it. You play your role without being limited by it. You engage fully without being bound by attachment. As you lie here, reflect on where you are in this journey. Are you still searching for the ox, believing you have lost something essential and must find it? Are you glimpsing it, but unable to stabilize your recognition? Are you taming the wild patterns of your mind? Or have you begun to recognize that what you seek is closer than breathing, more intimate than your own thoughts, present right now in the awareness that is reading these words? Whatever stage you are at, be at that stage fully, without trying to skip ahead, without judging yourself for not being further along. Each stage is necessary. Each stage has its own wisdom to impart. The journey is perfect exactly as it is, leading you inexorably toward the recognition that you never needed to go anywhere, that you were always already home. Our 19th story brings us face to face with the question of what we truly value, what we are actually living for, what we would choose if we were honest about our deepest priorities. This story is known as The Treasure in the Field, and it speaks to the radical reorientation of values that comes with spiritual awakening. The Buddha once told a parable about the kingdom of heaven, though in the Buddhist version it speaks of nirvana, of liberation, of awakening. He said, "The realization of your true nature is like a treasure buried in a field. man discovers that there is an enormous treasure hidden in a particular field. This treasure is of such immense value that possessing it would fulfill every need, would provide complete security, would offer everything he could possibly want or need. When he discovers this treasure, what does he do? The Buddha continued, if the man is wise, he recognizes that this treasure is worth more than everything else he possesses. He goes and sells all that he has, his house, his land, his animals, his possessions, everything. He takes all the money he receives and uses it to buy that field. To others, this looks foolish. They see him giving up everything he has for a field that looks no different from any other field. But he knows what they do not know. He knows that beneath the surface of that field lies a treasure worth more than everything he has sold. And so he makes the exchange joyfully, not feeling that he has sacrificed anything, but rather feeling that he has made the best trade imaginable. This parable speaks to the realization that comes when you directly experience what the spiritual path offers. Before you taste awakening, before you experience genuine freedom, the practices and teachings can seem like a burden, like a sacrifice, like giving up pleasures and comforts for some abstract ideal. You might practice out of obligation, or hope, or fear, or because you have been told you should, but there is no real juice in it, no genuine enthusiasm, because you have not yet discovered the treasure. But when you genuinely taste freedom, even briefly, even partially, everything changes. You realize that what spiritual practice offers is so valuable, so precious, so utterly fulfilling that nothing you could gain in the ordinary way compares to it. You would gladly exchange all conventional achievements, all possessions, all status, all the things the world values for the treasure of liberation, not because you are rejecting the world or denying yourself, but because you have discovered something so much better that worldly things pale in comparison. This is not about becoming ascetic or self-denying for its own sake. The Buddha explicitly rejected extreme asceticism, having tried it himself and found it did not lead to awakening. The teaching is about recognizing what is truly valuable and being willing to prioritize it, even if that means letting go of other things, even if that means living in a way that others find strange or incomprehensible. Consider what the treasure represents. It is freedom from suffering, freedom from the constant anxiety that comes from clinging to impermanent things, freedom from the exhausting work of maintaining a self-image, freedom from the prison of thought, freedom from the compulsive need for more, freedom from the fear of death. This freedom is not something abstract or otherworldly. It is a lived reality, available here and now, in this very moment. It is the capacity to be deeply at peace regardless of circumstances, to meet life with equanimity and presence, to love without attachment, to act without ego, to live fully without fear. When you taste even a little of this freedom, you recognize its value immediately. You realize that everything you have been seeking in the world, security, happiness, fulfillment, meaning, is already present in this freedom, but in a form that cannot be taken away. That does not depend on circumstances, that does not fade or disappoint. This is the treasure buried in the field of your own consciousness, and once you know it is there, you will gladly give up everything else to possess it fully. The teaching is also about single, pointed dedication. The man in the parable does not try to buy the field while also keeping all his possessions. He recognizes that to obtain the treasure, he must be willing to let go of other things. Similarly, serious spiritual practice often requires letting go, not necessarily of external possessions, though sometimes that too, but certainly of habitual patterns, of comfortable delusions, of time spent in distraction, of energy given to maintaining a false self-image. This can look like sacrifice from the outside. People might wonder why you spend time meditating when you could be earning more money, or climbing the corporate ladder, or acquiring more possessions. They might think you are giving up pleasure, missing out on life, denying yourself. But from the inside, when you know about the treasure, it does not feel like sacrifice at all. It feels like the most intelligent trade you could possibly make. You are exchanging fool's gold for real gold, trading temporary pleasures for permanent peace, giving up what was never truly satisfying in the first place for what completely fulfills. The Buddha himself embodied this teaching. He was born a prince, raised in luxury, destined to be a great king. He had wealth, power, pleasure, every advantage the world could offer. But when he understood that all of this could not protect him from suffering, when he saw that aging, sickness, and death awaited him regardless of his privilege, he left it all behind to seek something real, something that could not be lost, something that would provide true freedom. To others, this looked insane. Why would anyone leave a kingdom to become a wandering ascetic? But the Buddha knew about the treasure. He had glimpsed it and recognized its supreme value. So he sold everything to buy that field, and what he found there, enlightenment, was indeed worth more than all kingdoms. This teaching challenges each of us to examine our priorities honestly. What are you actually living for? What are you spending your time, energy, and attention on? Are you devoting yourself to acquiring the treasure? Or are you distracted by things that glitter but have no real value? Are you willing to make the trade, to let go of what is less important in order to gain what is supremely important? Or are you trying to hold on to everything, refusing to choose, attempting to serve two masters, and in the process obtaining neither worldly success nor spiritual freedom. The treasure is real. It is not a fantasy or a myth. It is the lived experience of millions of practitioners throughout history who have tasted genuine freedom. But it does require something from you. Not suffering for its own sake, not meaningless austerity, not rejection of life, but a willingness to prioritize what actually matters, to let go of what does not truly serve you, to dedicate yourself seriously to the path. When you discover the treasure for yourself, even just a glimpse of it, you will understand why some people sell everything to buy that field. Not because they are foolish, but because they are wise. Not because they are denying themselves, but because they have found what truly satisfies. As you rest here, feel into your own priorities. What would you be willing to let go of if you knew it would lead to complete freedom from suffering? What are you currently clinging to that you might discover is not actually that important? What treasure might be buried in the field of your own consciousness, waiting to be discovered, calling you to make the trade, to let go of the less important in order to gain what is supremely important? Listen for that call. Let it motivate your practice. Let it clarify your priorities. Let it guide you toward the treasure that has always been waiting for you. Our 20th and final story of this journey brings us to the ultimate teaching, the recognition that awakening is not an escape from life, but a complete embrace of life, exactly as it is. That freedom is not found in transcending the world, but in fully entering it, and that the deepest peace comes from releasing our resistance to what is and opening completely to reality in all its beauty and sorrow, its joy and pain, its wonder and ordinariness. This story is called The Circle of the Way, and it represents the completion of the journey and the discovery that the ending is the beginning. That what you sought is what you always were, and that home was never far away. In ancient times, there was a great Zen master who had achieved complete enlightenment after many decades of devoted practice. Students came from across the land to receive his teachings, hoping to learn the secret of liberation, the key to freedom from suffering. One day, a young seeker arrived at the master's monastery. Having traveled for many months across mountains and valleys, having given up everything to pursue awakening, the young seeker prostrated before the master and said, "I have come seeking the ultimate truth. I have practiced meditation for many years. I have studied the sutras deeply. I have lived in austerity, renouncing all worldly pleasures. I have done everything I know to do, yet I have not found the freedom I seek. Please, Master, show me the way to enlightenment." The master looked at the young seeker with compassion and asked, "When did you last eat?" The seeker replied, "I ate a simple meal this morning." The master asked, "Did you enjoy it?" The seeker looked confused. "Enjoy it? I did not pay attention. I was thinking about my practice, about what questions I would ask you when I arrived." The master smiled and said, "When did you last notice the beauty around you?" The seeker thought for a moment. "I suppose I have been so focused on reaching this monastery, on finding you, on achieving enlightenment, that I have not looked at my surroundings. I passed through beautiful countryside, but I saw none of it. I was always looking ahead, always thinking about the future, about when I would arrive, about what I would learn." The master nodded. "When did you last laugh with joy, or cry with sorrow, or simply sit in wonder at the mystery of existence?" The seeker's eyes began to fill with tears. I cannot remember. I have been so serious, so dedicated to the path, so focused on transcending suffering that I have stopped allowing myself to feel anything. I thought that was the point, to rise above all emotions, to achieve a state of permanent peace above the messiness of human life. The master stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the garden where flowers bloomed and birds sang. After a long silence, he turned to the seeker and said, "You have traveled far to find what you have been running from. You have sought enlightenment in the future while refusing to be present in this moment. You have looked for peace by avoiding life rather than by embracing it. You have tried to transcend your humanity rather than fully embodying it. This is not the way." The master continued, "The enlightenment you seek is not separate from ordinary life. It is not found by escaping the world, but by entering it fully. It is not achieved by rising above emotions, but by allowing all emotions to flow through you without resistance. It is not a matter of permanent, unchanging peace, but of being deeply at peace with change itself, with the constant flow of life in all its variations." He gestured toward the garden. "Look at those flowers. They bloom fully, expressing their nature completely, not holding back, not trying to be anything other than what they are. Then they fade and die, releasing their petals to the wind without complaint, without clinging. The flowers are not enlightened in the sense of having sophisticated thoughts or philosophical understanding, but they are enlightened in the sense of being completely themselves, completely present, completely accepting of their nature, which includes both blooming and fading, both beauty and decay." The master sat down beside the young seeker. "Your true nature is like those flowers. It is not something you need to achieve or create. It is already fully present, already complete, already expressing itself in every moment. When you are hungry, hunger. When you are sad, be sad. When you are joyful, be joyful. do not resist any of it. Do not try to be anything other than what you are in this moment. This complete acceptance, this total presence with what is, this is the enlightenment you have been seeking elsewhere. He paused, then added, "The journey you have made to reach me has been necessary. All your practice, all your study, all your renunciation, these have prepared you to hear this teaching. But now you must understand that the journey is complete, not when you arrive somewhere else, but when you fully arrive here. In this moment, in this life, in this body, with all its imperfections and limitations, with all its sorrows and joys, with all its ordinary miraculous existence." The seeker sat in stunned silence, feeling something crack open inside, some tight knot of seeking and striving beginning to loosen. The master continued, "Tomorrow you will leave this monastery, but do not leave seeking something. Leave as someone who has arrived. As you walk back down the mountain, see the beauty you missed on your way up. Taste your food completely. Feel the sun on your face and the wind in your hair. Laugh when something strikes you as funny. Cry when something touches your heart. Be fully human, fully alive, fully here. This is the practice. This is the path. This is the destination. They are all the same thing." He looked directly into the seeker's eyes. "You came here believing enlightenment was far away, believing you needed to become someone special, someone different, someone more than you are. But I tell you the truth. The Buddha you seek to become is the person you already are, not the person you think you are. With all your stories about yourself and your life, but the pure awareness beneath those stories, the consciousness that has been here all along, simply witnessing, simply present, simply being." The master picked up a cup of tea that had been sitting beside him and took a slow, deliberate sip, closing his eyes and savoring it completely. "This tea is just tea, nothing special. But when I drink it with full presence, it becomes the nectar of enlightenment. Your life is just your life, nothing special. But when you live it with full presence, it becomes the expression of Buddha nature. Do you understand?" The young seeker nodded slowly, beginning to grasp what the master was pointing toward. The master smiled warmly. "You have come a long way to hear something very simple be here now. Accept what is. Release your resistance to reality. Open completely to life exactly as it manifests. This is the teaching of all teachings. This is the practice of all practices. This is the enlightenment you have been seeking." He stood and placed his hand on the seeker's shoulder. "Tonight, rest here. Tomorrow, begin your journey home. But understand that home is not a place you travel to. Home is wherever you are when you are fully present. Home is this breath. Home is this step. Home is this moment. You are already home. You have always been home. You only needed to stop traveling long enough to notice. This final story contains the essence of all Zen teaching, all Buddhist wisdom, all genuine spiritual insight. The journey to enlightenment is circular. You leave home seeking something. You travel far. You practice diligently. You study deeply. You strive and struggle. And then you discover that what you sought was waiting for you at home all along, was in fact what you are, what you have always been, what you could never not be. This does not mean the journey was wasted. The journey was necessary. You needed to leave home in order to appreciate home. You needed to seek in order to discover that seeking is unnecessary. You needed to become disillusioned with ordinary life in order to discover the extraordinary within the ordinary. You needed to exhaust yourself with spiritual ambition in order to finally surrender and rest in being. The circle is complete, but you are not the same person who began the journey. You have been transformed by the traveling, even though you have returned to where you started. This teaching challenges some common misconceptions about enlightenment and spiritual practice. Many people imagine that enlightenment means permanent bliss or complete transcendence of human experience, or supernatural powers, or an end to all challenges and difficulties. They imagine an enlightened person as someone who floats above life, untouched by its messiness, always serene, always perfect, always in control. But this is a fantasy, not reality. True enlightenment, as the Zen tradition understands it, is not about being superhuman. It is about being fully human, completely present with the full spectrum of human experience without resistance. An enlightened person still feels emotions, still faces challenges, still has a body that ages and gets sick and eventually dies. What changes is not the content of experience, but the relationship to experience. There is no longer the exhausting struggle against reality, the constant subtle rejection of what is in favor of what should be. There is profound acceptance, not as resignation or passivity, but as a clear-eyed acknowledgement of how things actually are, combined with wise action that flows from that acknowledgement rather than from resistance. The master in the story is teaching the seeker what all genuine spiritual teachers eventually teach. The goal is not elsewhere. The path is not separate from the destination. And what you seek is so close that you cannot see it precisely because you are looking for it somewhere far away. It is like searching everywhere for your glasses while they are sitting on top of your head. You will never find them by seeking, because seeking itself maintains the assumption that they are not present. Only when you stop seeking and simply notice what is already here do you discover that what you sought was always present. This is why the practice of presence is so central to Zen and to all genuine spiritual paths. Presence means being completely here, completely now, completely with what is, without the mental commentary that says this moment should be different, without the constant reaching toward the future or clinging to the past, without the exhausting work of maintaining a self-image or defending a position. Just this, exactly as it is, completely received, completely experienced, completely allowed to be what it is. When you practice this kind of presence, something remarkable happens. The sense of being a separate self that is experiencing life begins to dissolve. What remains is just experience itself, happening by itself, known by itself, without any division between experiencer and experienced. This is sometimes called non-dual awareness or pure consciousness or Buddha nature. But these are just words pointing towards something that cannot be captured in language, only directly realized. And here is the beautiful paradox. This non-dual awareness is not something you need to achieve. It is what you already are. It is the awareness that is reading these words right now. It is the consciousness that has been present for every moment of your entire life. It is what you have never not been. You are not a person who sometimes has awareness. You are awareness itself, temporarily identifying with being a person. And that identification is what creates the sense of separation, of lack of needing to seek and find and achieve. When this is recognized, when you realize that you are not the character in the story, but the awareness in which the story appears, everything relaxes. The urgent need to become enlightened dissolves because you see that you are already the Buddha, nature you were seeking to become. The fear of death loses its grip because you recognize that the awareness you are does not depend on the body that will die. The constant striving to be better, different, more, resolves because you see that you are already complete, already whole, already enough. But this recognition does not make you passive or disengaged from life. Actually, it frees you to engage more fully, more authentically, more courageously, because you are no longer burdened by the need to protect a false self or maintain an image or achieve some future state in order to be okay. You can act from genuine compassion rather than from hidden self-interest. You can love without the fear of loss destroying the love. You can create without attachment to results. You can fail without it defining you. You can succeed without it inflating you. You can simply be present, moment by moment, responding to life as it arises, dancing with reality rather than fighting against it. The Master's teaching about the flowers is particularly profound. Flowers do not struggle to be flowers. They simply express their nature fully, bloom completely, and then release without resistance. They do not worry about whether they are good enough flowers or whether they are achieving their flower potential or whether other flowers are judging them. They simply flower, and in that complete, unself-conscious expression of their nature, they are perfect. Not perfect in the sense of flawless, but perfect in the sense of completely themselves, holding nothing back, expressing what they are meant to express without internal division or resistance. This is what human awakening looks like. Not supernatural perfection, but natural authenticity. Not rising above your humanity, but fully embodying it. Not transcending emotions, but allowing all emotions to flow through you as natural responses to life, without getting stuck in them or identified with them. Not eliminating your personality, but no longer being imprisoned by it. Not becoming someone else, but discovering who you really are beneath all the conditioning, all the stories, all the attempts to be anything other than what you naturally are. As we come to the end of these 20 stories, to the completion of this 3-hour journey through Zen wisdom, let the Master's final teaching sink deeply into your consciousness. You have traveled far tonight, through many stories, through many teachings, through many dimensions of Buddhist wisdom. But now it is time to return home, to arrive completely in this moment, to rest in the simple reality of your own presence, your own breath, your own existence exactly as it is right now. You do not need to remember every story. You do not need to understand every teaching conceptually. The stories have worked on you at levels deeper than intellectual understanding. They have planted seeds that will grow in their own time. They have created small cracks in the armor of the ego, tiny openings through which light can enter. They have invited you again and again, in many different ways, to the same recognition: you are already what you seek. You are already home. You are already Buddha, nature expressing itself in this particular form. Now, as you prepare to drift into sleep or simply rest in deep peace, let go of all seeking. Let go of all striving. Let go of all the ways you have been trying to be different, better, more than you are. Simply be here, completely present with what is. Feel the weight of your body supported by the surface beneath you. Notice the gentle rhythm of your breath, breathing by itself, requiring no effort from you. Listen to any sounds in your environment without judging them or needing them to be different. Observe whatever thoughts float through your mind, like clouds drifting across the sky of your awareness, without getting caught in them or pushing them away. This is the practice. This is the path. This is the enlightenment. Not something complex or difficult or far away, but simply this: being present, being aware, being open, being accepting, being here, being now, being what you already are. The Zen masters throughout history have used many different teaching methods, told countless stories, created thousands of koans, all pointing toward this simple, immediate, ever-present reality. Stop seeking. Stop becoming. Start recognizing. Stop traveling. Start arriving. And discover that you are already home, have always been home, could never not be home. Because home is not a place, but a recognition, not a destination, but a realization. Not something you reach, but something you remember. The stories you have heard tonight are like the Master's tea, ordinary in themselves, but transformed by the presence you bring to them. They are like rafts that have carried you across a river, useful for the crossing, but not to be carried beyond their purpose. They are like fingers pointing at the moon, valuable for showing you where to look, but not to be confused with the moon itself. They are guests in the house of your awareness, visiting for a time, delivering their messages, and now preparing to depart, leaving you with the spaciousness that was here before they arrived and remains here after they leave. As these stories fade from your conscious mind, as you drift deeper into relaxation or sleep, trust that their wisdom has taken root. Trust that you do not need to hold on to anything, remember anything, achieve anything. Trust that the process of awakening is happening by itself, in its own time, according to its own rhythm. Your work is not to make it happen, but to allow it to happen. Not to force, but to flow. Not to grasp, but to release. Not to become, but to be. The circle is complete. The journey ends where it began, but you are not who you were. You have heard 20 stories, 20 teachings, 20 invitations to wake up from the dream of separation and recognize your true nature. Some of these teachings resonated deeply, touching something that already knew their truth. Some of them confused your thinking mind, which was their purpose: to crack open the shell of conceptual understanding and reveal the jewel of direct experience within. Some of them comforted you with their wisdom. Some challenged you with their paradox. All of them were gifts, offered freely by the masters of the past through these words in the present, received by your open awareness, and now integrated into your being at levels you may not yet consciously recognize. Sleep now, or rest in deep peace, knowing that you are held by the vast web of existence, supported by the ground of being, embraced by the same Buddha, nature that expressed itself through these stories. You are not separate from the Zen masters who spoke these teachings. You are not different from the Buddha who walked this path before you. You are not isolated from all beings who have sought and found and awakened. You are one jewel in Indra's infinite net, reflecting and containing all other jewels, part of the whole and containing the whole, unique in your expression, yet inseparable from the totality. Let your breath carry you deeper into peace. Let your body completely relax, releasing all tension, all holding, all effort, Let your mind soften and quiet, thoughts slowing and spacing out like clouds dispersing in a clear sky. Let yourself sink into the stillness that is always present beneath the surface movement of life, the peace that was never disturbed by any experience, the awareness that witnesses all yet clings to none. In this moment, there is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go, no one you need to become. You are complete exactly as you are. You are whole in your brokenness. You are perfect in your imperfection. You are Buddha, nature expressing itself as this particular form, this particular personality, this particular life story, and that is exactly as it should be. Nothing is missing. Nothing is wrong. Everything is unfolding according to the vast intelligence of the cosmos, the Dharma of life itself. The way things naturally are when we stop trying to force them to be otherwise. The ancient masters who told these stories would smile if they could see you now, resting in peace, receiving their teachings, continuing the lineage of awakening that stretches back through time and forward into the future. You are their heir, their continuation. Their hope for the Dharma transmitted not through words but through presence, not through philosophy but through lived experience, not through belief but through direct realization. And so we complete this journey through the most beautiful Zen stories ever told, through the ancient wisdom that has guided countless beings from suffering to freedom, from confusion to clarity, from separation to wholeness. May these stories continue to work in you long after tonight. May their seeds sprout in unexpected moments, offering insight when you need it, comfort when you struggle, direction when you are lost, and the constant reminder that you are already home, already Buddha, already free. Rest now in the truth these stories have revealed. You are the awareness that knows all experience, but is not limited by any experience. You are the space that welcomes all guests, but is not defined by any guest. You are the moon in the sky, not the moon reflected in water. You are the guest house, not the guests. You are already standing on the shore you seek. You are already the treasure you have been searching for. You are already awake, already enlightened, already Buddha, nature. Simply recognizing yourself moment by moment through the practice of complete presence, complete acceptance, complete openness to life exactly as it is. May all beings everywhere discover this truth. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings recognize their true nature. May all beings awaken. And may you rest tonight in the deep peace that comes from knowing that you are already what you have been seeking, that the journey is complete, and that home is always here, in this breath, in this moment, in this eternal now that never ends. Sleep peacefully, dear friend. The Zen masters who walked before you are with you. The Buddha nature that expresses itself through all things embraces you. The vast mystery of existence holds you, and tomorrow, when you wake, you will wake not as someone who needs to seek enlightenment, but as someone who is enlightenment expressing itself, living not in pursuit of some future awakening, but as awakening itself, here, now, always. May the light of awareness shine brightly in you, now and always.